10 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
This is how I show my love. I'm blaming on my mind because I'm blaming on my ADD, baby. This is how an angel does. I'm blaming on my own surprise. Blaming on my ADD, baby. Maybe I should kill myself. Blame it on my ADD, baby. Maybe I'm a different breed. Maybe I'm not listening. So blame it on my ADD, baby.
I came extremely close on that one. Yes, I did.
I can't hear you.
Unmute it.
Oh, no,
Unmute
you were
it.
just lagging.
All right. Put in the chat if you guys can hear me. No sound. Uh-oh.
Got sound now.
Oh, there you are. Let me bring Bill in. I have so many tabs open. My little laptop here is ready to have a heart attack.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So I'm not sure how this is going to go. I might have to shut a few things down. All right.
Hi, Bill.
There's
Hey.
Bill. Hey, Bill.
Hey,
Can you hear
Jen.
me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Can anybody hear me?
Can you
No,
hear
you're
me?
good. Five,
Hello,
five,
Shapu.
five. What's up, Jenny?
Yeah, Bill. I hear
Holistic
you.
Media's in the house.
Okay.
Rob Truth. Hey. I can see you guys on my phone, but on my screen here, I have two black screens.
I
there you
think
go.
Yeah, I think you're lagging a bit, Jen.
So I sound funny when I talk?
No, but you're behind. Like,
It's because I got so much open here.
I know the feeling.
All right. Well, hopefully I'll catch up to myself here and it's not too bad. Anyway, I got Bill Miller here with me today and Shapu, and also Steve JMO is going to try to join us. Hopefully he can do that. That would be awesome. Do I
Yeah.
still sound weird?
You sound good.
Sound good. Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. Looking at my phone and trying to make sure everything's okay. So, guys, welcome. How's everything going with you two? You guys having a good day?
I'm hanging in there. Take the good with the bad, I guess, but keep a positive attitude and set my intent high and go forward with good intentions.
That's all you can really do, right?
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. How you doing, Chapu?
Yeah, my day's been good. So, except Jinx is just attacking me right now.
Of course she is, because you're live. She knows you're live.
Oh wait.
All right, guys. So we got a lot to get into today. I have 3 hours definitely before I have to pick up my husband. So, and I know you guys have a few things you want to present, but I got like at least, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15 tabs open. So that's just a little bit more than my computer can handle. And I already cut back 3 of them when I was loading them all up because I decided they really weren't as relevant as I thought they would be. So thank goodness I don't have those open as well.
It's easy to get lost in the
Bill,
research.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know. I keep sending myself messages of links that I want to share. And then before you know it, I have, tabs open and I'm working on a $200 fucking Chromebook. I'm going to have this kind of stuff open. I need an $800 laptop.
Yeah.
I need to upgrade. Anyway, so I wanted to start off with something that Sue Finelli had sent me. I don't think she's in the chat yet, but I did tell her I was going to show it on the show, which is pretty compelling what she found. Now, Bill, I could see you got like 3 screen shares ready to go backstage here. You're like on it.
Before I got too lost. I better just upload them, and I don't necessarily have to do them all. I just wanted to make sure they were there and I didn't lose track of them.
Let me ask you this real quick, Bill. Do you have a PayPal? Okay,
I do.
because I was wondering, I'm pretty sure you're a mod in my chat here.
Yeah.
And Shapu, if you have a PayPal as well, if anybody would like to donate to help support our research, because, some of us do this full time as our full-time job, whether we get paid or not, we love to do it. But, I'm just saying, if we drop the links in the chat and anybody wants to donate, $1, a couple of dollars, $5, whatever, any little bit helps, guys. And I think you're going to be really enjoying this show today because we have a lot of really good stuff to bring you. So I'm going to get into a screen share first and show Sue Finelli's footage from San Francisco, which her camera is really good. The camera she's using, I really like it.
Yeah,
So
she's a really good photographer.
All right, let's see here. All right. So you guys can see this? This is supposed to be a video. Oh, here it is. Okay, it's loading.
Not yet.
Let me know when you guys can see this on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, no. Yes, I will let you know. We don't see it now. It's coming. All
I
right.
wonder why you don't see it yet.
I see it.
Is it loading?
I
All
see
right,
it.
good.
Oh no,
Everything's
it's
slow. Everything's just slow on my end. I'll have to just take it one step at a time. All right, let me get this sucker to play.
yeah. Give it time. Just press play and
Yeah, hold on a second. Coming up for me.
see your tabs.
You can see them all?
Yeah, yeah. I
Just
see
sucker back.
all your tabs open. You got way more than you. Oh, it's playing now.
Way more than I should have open for this little computer. Okay, so she found this on the shoreline, San Francisco. To me, it looks like something left over from like the fair or something.
Yeah.
Like the World's Fair.
Yeah.
Looks like there's
yeah.
a few other pieces laying here too on the shoreline, like just busted up, broken up building laying along the shoreline there.
I thought it could even be from the
And it looks like it's got some
earthquake.
kind of a lion face or
I think I had a bit of a delay in my
Okay.
microphone.
what this stuff's just laying. Well, as soon as I show this and a couple other little pictures. So yeah, I mean, this is really good footage, Sue, and I really appreciate it. You did really good. That's a good catch. Eagle eye right there. Whatever it's from, it's definitely old world stuff. And it looks like there's a lot more of it laying further down as she pans down. I think this is Alcatraz here that she just zoomed in on right there. And then it looks like it's the other broken pieces.
Yeah. There's a lot
31
of
people
pieces.
here. Welcome, everybody. I'm not looking at the chat like to highlight anybody's comments right now or anything. Yeah, you see these pieces back here and stuff? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Very crazy.
Yeah, they
So that's a
dump
good one,
lot.
Sue. And this
Yeah, I've seen
they dump
some
a lot of
footage.
stuff along. Yeah.
Yeah, of England. England is full of stuff around the coastlines. They just dump their old stuff and the levees and.
Okay. Yeah, I've noticed that on other coastlines as well. Some people are saying that I'm choppy and I'm lagging. I apologize, guys. I just want to get through a couple of these pictures here for Facebook, and then I'll close it out, and all the rest of my tabs are open. But this is what I see in my backyard. This is my backyard, and there's little bricklets.
Bricklets, yeah.
Bricklets all over my backyard. Hold on. Let me see if I can zoom this in here. Okay. So, I mean, it's not the clearest picture, but you can see all these little red, charred out little stones here. These are all brick. I pick every one of them up. And they're just all over my yard. All over. Look at them. There's just, that's all they are, is little bricklets. Briquettes. These new terms. Right? They're everywhere in my backyard. This is just one little tiny spot in my yard, okay? I'm just saying. Just saying. And I think that's it for the Facebook one. So let me just close. Oh, no. I got to go back over here. Hold on. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know.
Is it?
We'll see if it's, I should probably just close it out. Let me just close out Facebook just to be safe. If I can even get it to close out. All right. So we got Facebook closed.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know, right? Ooh. Okay, but what I need you to do, Shapu, is I need you to go to my Facebook page. If you can. I'll wait. Because I was talking about my dogs recently. And what I did was I found my old phone and got it all charged up and uploaded a bunch of pictures from that phone that I wanted to share with everyone. Oh God, what is this? Some ad? Okay, let me go back over here to StreamYard. And what I want to do is show them, but we need to use your screen share to show it, Shapu. I don't even have the
No
StreamYard
problem.
up right now.
I'm just searching for your
Okay, all right.
page.
Let me come off my screen share here. So, I have to show off my dogs and my cats since we were talking about them recently, and I didn't show any pictures that day. So, am I off screen share? What is this thing doing? I'm trying to come off of it. Says my StreamYard's not responding. There it goes. Okay.
So I've got it ready whenever you want.
Yep. As soon as my stuff starts working for me, I will get right over to you. But for some reason, it's not working.
Do you think it would help if I remove those things from the queue, or do you think that doesn't affect it from the line?
I'm not sure. You can try. You can try and
All right,
remove it.
I think I know where they're at pretty well, so I was just trying to get them lined up. I'll see if that helps at all. Maybe that's drawing some of your computer's resources. We'll see.
All right. Okay, so we're closing those out. Sorry, guys. All right, Shapu, here we go. You ready?
Yes.
That did help, Bill. That did help. Thank you.
It did? Let's.
It did a
I'll
little
make
bit.
a mental note. I'll make a mental note of that. Don't overload the system.
Okay, so can everybody just tell me how I sound now? Anybody in the chat, tell me if I'm still glitchy or lagging, because I just want to know.
It's much better now.
Okay, cool.
That was it. That was it. My fault.
Okay, it's all good. Don't worry about it. It's a learning curve for all of us with this StreamYard stuff. I don't even know how you were able to do what you just did with having all those extra screen shares open. I've never been able to figure that one out. So, like I said, it's still a learning curve for me. Hey, Juan, what's up? I'm so glad you're here. All right, guys, this is my dogs. This is Lucky on top here, Lucky, and his son below is Boo Bear. And this is from, I'd have to guess, 2010-ish. And, that's my babies. So Lucky is well, he was, but he still is to me now. Lucky is part Chihuahua and part Jack Russell. So he's got a Chihuahua body, but he's got the Chihuahua head, but the Jack Russell body, and he could jump really high, and he would just jump right into my arms and stuff. Anyway, Boo Bear. So Lucky made it with a full-bred Schnauzer, and Boo Bear would be considered a Chihuahua. That's what the doctor called him, a Chihuahua. And he was completely blonde. All the rest of the puppies were black, with the exception of a female that looked the same color as Lucky on top. So Boo Bear's a blondie, and he was also the pick of the litter too. So he came home with me at 6 weeks. And Lucky was an awesome dad. We'll go to the next picture. There they are laying together. Boo Bear, because he was taken a little early from his mama, he would now Boo Bear's the one laying underneath, so he's the blonde one. He would suck on Lucky's ear all the time. It's like that, because he was taken too early.
Yeah.
My cat, my cat Lola, when she was taken from her mom, I found her like 10 weeks. And I think she was around 10 weeks old. And I found her and brought her to my house. And she still kind of gets on me and needs on me like she's still a kitten again. Like it's like need for them to do that when they're taken early. But yeah, they lay together all the time like this. Anyway, we'll go to the next picture.
Aww.
Okay. So this is Lola. This is right when I had found her, when she's like 10, well, she's maybe like almost 11 weeks here. And she really wanted to go back outside. The first couple of days I had her here at the house, she was just dying because she was born outside. And really her litter of kittens was basically across the street and 2 houses down in the back of the house, somewhere in the woodsy area, is where this mama cat had all these kittens. And she wound up getting away from the litter. 10:30 at night, I'm out there calling my cat Bella, and I hear her yelling across the street really loud. So I went right over and got her. So here she's all kind of tuckered out and sleeping. She's just too cute for words. I don't even know what to say. We're going to the next picture. Okay, we have to zoom in on this one if we can. I don't know if you can or not. Okay, so this is me and Lucky. This is probably around the same time as the other picture, around 2010. It's my Lucka dog. I call him Lucka Puppa or Lucka dog. And Boo Bear was Boo Bear or Boo or Boobaloo, or I'd be like, my Boo. So all my cats and dogs have 2 names, or at least 2 to 3 names. Like Smokey, my cat Smokey was Smoka or Mocha or Mocha Poka. Oh my gosh. Anyway, all right, let's go to the next picture. Okay, so here's Bella. This is right when Bella kind of adopted us. Me and Lucky and Boo Bear would walk down the road all the time, and this little black cat just came out of the drain next to this gully that we were walking near and literally took to us. Like, I mean, my dogs loved this cat immediately. They even tried to hump it. I don't know what was up with that, but anyway, he followed us home, and this is him sitting on the chair with Lucky Dog. Yeah, they just loved each other. We'll go
I love it when the pets pick us, you know.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Like Lucky, when I got Lucky, when I got my Lucky Dog, I was in Kmart. It was closing. It was 70% off. I was not looking for a dog, and I walk up, and there's this lady holding this little tiny Chihuahua, and and of course I had to get his son once he had puppies, because I always wanted my dog to have puppies because I know they'd be so cute. So this is Boo Bear. He's under the covers. He would always burrow under the covers. I really miss him. Yeah. He was really good. And there they are laying together. This is one of my favorite pictures of them. They were just so good. Such good dogs. And I never had them fixed. They had their balls intact the whole time. They lived long, healthy lives. Boo Bear, unfortunately, never had any sex, but and he was always a little hyperactive. But yeah, so that's my babies. We'll go to the next picture. Okay, so I don't know if you could zoom in on this. This is out front of my house when I first moved here.
I'm already zoomed in. Huh?
Oh, okay, sorry. So that's Smokey. He's laying there. Smokey was about 11 or 12 in this picture, getting older. He was a Maine Coon. My husband, big cat. Like when he stretched out, he was cute.
We had one too. Yeah, Maine Coon.
My husband brought Smokey to the marriage. I brought Boo Bear and Lucky to the marriage. So we're just blending our animals together here in our family. So he liked the house. He'd sit out front like that and just chill. Basically just hung around the house, didn't go anywhere. And we have him buried out back in the yard with a marker. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Okay. All right, good. I just wanted to share that with you guys because, I was talking about them and I wasn't able to bring up any pictures or anything like that. Oh, you know what? Go back to that. That next thing down was another little batch of pictures from my phone. I'll let you screen share again. I'm sorry. I'm having fun looking at all these old pictures. Okay, click on that batch of pictures. There you go.
This one? These ones?
Yes. Okay, so this is me in my car, obviously. We can go past that. I just wanted to save it off my phone, and I threw it in these pictures. That's me, of course. So we'll go. So this is me and my son, Ryan. Ryan was about 11 here. We were at Miami, on Miami Beach in Miami. And, so it's me and my son. I didn't even realize I still had this picture, but that's... gosh, this would have to be 2004. 2004. Yeah, we were in Miami. A long time ago. This is me and my son, Chris, my oldest. Chris is 32 years old, and this picture was from probably 2017-ish, 18 maybe. So, we'll go to the next picture. Okay, so I had a helicopter video up on my original channel that YouTube so wonderfully took down. And on that, I had gotten a ride on a helicopter. It was Christmas. I went out for a coffee and I told my husband I'd be back. I kept seeing this helicopter flying around the neighborhood. I could tell where it was landing. It was not too far from my house. So on my way to get my coffee, I was checking it out. And on the way back, I decided I'm going to go up this road and see what's up with this helicopter because it's obviously giving people rides. And I had gotten in, I filmed the whole thing, except for I can't find the video anywhere at all. I am so disappointed about that. It was a really cool experience. And I pretty much took you guys along for the ride. And if anybody remembers that video, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is some of the screenshots that I had taken from the video itself when I had the video back then. But now all I have is these. So we'll just flip through a couple of these. So I got to sit up front. Wasn't even expecting that. They're like, you want to sit up front? I'm like, hell yeah. Wow. I got to sit up front and they strapped me in and we took off. And I'd never been in a helicopter before, ever. I filmed the whole thing. It was awesome. So this was back in 2018, I think this was.
Were they charging people for helicopter rides or what was the guy's deal?
This guy was a friend of the family and they were kind of like, I guess because they have this huge pasture on the back end of their property and it was coming and landing in there. I guess they know the guy and his friend and it was, Christmas. And this was one of the things they were doing was taking people for rides that day at the house.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So we can go to the next picture.
Pilot to co-pilot.
Oh, here I was asking him how much a pilot's license is. And he said like 20,000 or something, 25,000. And I'm like, holy crap.
He said, I don't have a license. I just figured out how to fly one by myself.
It doesn't look hard at all, really. And all this stuff was set on level, by the way.
Yeah.
But anyway. Have you guys ever been on a helicopter?
I have never been on a helicopter. No.
No, never been off the ground.
I've never been in a helicopter. This was my first time. And at the end of it all, I'm like, I need to get a helicopter because it was so cool. And I've always wanted to have a pilot's license. Yes, they are expensive just for a regular pilot's license. It seems to be more expensive for a helicopter license because I heard around 10, 12 grand for a pilot's license. But, and that's for like a Cessna or, I just wanted a little plane to fly around in. I know I can fly. I just know it. I think I might have been a pilot in a previous life somewhere. But once I took this helicopter ride, I'm like, holy crap, I need to get a fucking helicopter. So, yeah. Anyway, we're going to continue on.
Yeah, you had the right glasses. So.
Yeah, aviator glasses.
Yeah, I always wear aviators.
Did he say how much that helicopter is worth, the value of that helicopter? I mean, what?
No, I didn't.
I mean, are we talking $1 million or 500,000?
You buy a used. That's me right there when I was about to get in. They're like, "You want to sit up front?" And I'm like, "Yeah." But I think you can get a used helicopter for like maybe like 50 grand. I don't know if you really want to go used on an airplane or a helicopter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
All right, we'll go to the next one. Oh, that's me smoking a bong at my sister's. Okay, so here's Smokey. He was really not doing well at all. He died of old age. He was about 17 and a half, almost 18 years old. And he lived a long time, went through one operation a few years before he died, came out of that really well. And, it was just his time to go. And, it's rough watching your pets pass away. It's not easy. I took care of him for about a month and a half before he passed, and right before that, because he was the last one to go. Lucky passed away in 2017. His son Boo Bear passed away almost exactly 1 year later, 2018, and Moki died 2019. So it was a really tough 3 years for us. We had we've had these pets for 17 to 18 years. So it was definitely difficult.
What are your thoughts on getting another pet or another friend after you lose a friend?
I think it's good. Well, see, I already had Bella when Lucky started getting sick. So once Lucky, Boo Bear, and Moki passed away, I still had Bella here, and I still have them. And then Lola shows up. So, but my sister had her dog. She had to put him down last year, and she had him for quite a long time, maybe like 11, 12 years. And now she just now. So I think it's been about, I want to say like 7 or 8 months since Bubba passed away, and she just now got another little puppy.
Right.
And she really needed it. It's something that they really needed. There was something lacking in the house. You know, they didn't have that little spontaneous little dog running around. He was a pug. And so she just the other day actually went to Holland, PA, and picked up this little puppy that is just absolutely adorable and brought new life into the house. I think it's really good. I think people who are really, really attached and just go from that empty, go back, and you don't have another pet there to take up the space. You know what I mean? Like to wait a little bit and then maybe, you know, give it like 6 months. I think you just need that little space of time, but definitely do it again. I would definitely, you know, I don't want to ever see my pets die from old age again. It was horrible when Lucky passed away in my arms, but at the same time, I'm so grateful for that moment because right before he passed away, I was holding him. I was at my kitchen sink, and he was just skin and bones at that point. And he was able to put his head up. So he was putting his head up and looked at me, and I'm holding him, and I looked at him, and I used to always put my lips on his lips. I put my lips right up on his lips, and he just went, and I put my lips on his lips, and I just started crying. And then he put his head down because, you know, he just passed away, and I felt him pee on me. And then I just screamed for my husband because he was upstairs. And so it was hard. And I don't want to ever go through that again. I love my cats, and I saw how Moki was when he passed away, and it's a lot to go through. It's just like watching, you know, your mother, or your father, or your grandfather or something, you know, going of old age, and the breaking down of their organs and everything's shutting down and stuff. Trying to keep them warm. But
it's tough.
We'll go to the next picture.
I mean, we've had 5 cats, as many as 5 cats here, and now we're down to 2. But I was considering introducing another, you know, the thought of introducing more to the clan of 2, but I'm still kind of pondering that idea.
Yeah. So here he wasn't doing well at all. I was just, I was taking care of him in every manner you can imagine. And so we're going to go to the next picture here. And this is when he was on the couch right before he passed away. And there's my husband. It was the next morning. He was on the couch, and this is right when he passed away. So, yeah. Oh, and that's my handsome son and his girlfriend.
Nice.
I'll go to the next picture. It's Chris with the cowboy hat on. He likes country music. He's the only one in my family who likes country music. I don't know where he gets it from, but oh, go back to that. Yeah. So there's Bella, and there's Moki on the couch. So you can see how Moki's really, really skinny. And of course, you know, this was about the day or two before he passed away, and Bella was laying there with him, but like above on the top part of the couch. And there's Boo Bear and Moki at my old house. This is probably 2009, 2010. They would always just lay together and stuff. Oh, there's my Lucka Puppa. He loved laying on the pillows like he's a human. Like he would come up and lay his head on the pillow and his body under the covers and stuff. But you can go to the next picture. There's Lucky and Boo Bear laying together. They just always slept together. All right. There's Lucky on the couch. This is after Lucky died, and Bella was laying with Boo Bear. Boo Bear was really, really depressed when his dad passed away, and he didn't. I said it right after Lucky died. I said that Boo Bear's not going to make it a year without his dad, and Lucky died June 4th, and Boo Bear died the end of May. So it was almost exactly a year. to the day almost. Like it was like only about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And I had to take him and put him down. There's Boo Bear with my husband's glasses on. My husband's putting his glasses on him. We can go to the next picture. Him sleeping. I know. My husband used to say to me all the time, "Why do you keep taking pictures of these dogs all the time?" But, I was like, one day they're not going to be here and I'll have all these pictures. Maybe he's sleeping. I would just start taking pictures of him. We can go next one. That's Smokey coming out of the drain out front here. Almost the same drain that Bella came out of when I met Bella for the first time. We can go next one. Oh, that's him on the coffee table. It's just the light was coming in behind him. It looks so good. I just figured I'd take a picture. And there's a crystal right next to him. I have my quartz crystal there. Yeah. All right. And there's Lucky and Smokey laying together on the couch. When I used to have the couch up against the window. Yep. And that picture, we saw that one. Smokey outside, 2010, maybe 2011. I'm not sure. Lucky. It's me, Boo Bear, and Smokey laying on the bed together. Oh, I love that picture. And there's Bella. Oh, Bella Kitty. He came to me right on time when he came into my life. Oh, that's him sleeping. All right. Oh, this is me and my sister. I wanted to show you guys this. This is like, I don't know if you can zoom in on this picture. It was at my grandmom's house at Christmas time. I was 17 there. I was 17 years old there. Anyway, we'll go to the next picture. That's me and Bella. And that's my son Ryan up top, my son Chris, and my Chris's girlfriend Tasha.
Nice.
And I think that's the last picture. That's Chris and Tasha. Okay. Thank you, Shapu. I appreciate you doing that for me.
No problem, Jen.
I really appreciate that. I don't know what's up with Facebook, but I can't screen share on Facebook for some reason. Just glitches up everything. Thank you, guys. I see a lot of comments here in the chat, and a lot of people have been through this type of situation and know that it's not easy. Lucky was my first pet to pass that I had had for such a long period of time, and I haven't had anybody really close to me pass away. So when Lucky passed away, like I really felt my heart breaking. Like it was just, I couldn't even breathe. It was horrible. It was so horrible. And you don't ever want to have that happen again, but in the end it is going to happen again. So, but I'm so grateful for every moment that I have, and I live in the now with my pets and try not to think about that what could come down the pike, so I just tell Bella and Lola every day that I'm so grateful for them being a part of my life and for them allowing me to be a part of their lives. Sorry. Let me get some water.
Y'all love our pets.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get into a screen share. Get this potty started. Let's see how this goes. See what kind of trouble we can get into. All right. So we'll start with this one over here. Hopefully it'll show up and everything will work okay. So I was looking for the oldest pictures I could find of Ball's Pyramid. And I found this write-up about the guys who went and explored it, 1965. I'll drop this link in the StreamYard so everybody can check it out on their own if you want to do further research on it. Let me see if I can paste it. Will it paste? There we go. Is it working? I don't see it. Well, there it is. Everything's lagging. Gosh. I'm definitely getting a new laptop. I'm going to manifest it and make it happen. All right, so let's go back over here. All right, so I was looking for black and white photos. There's really not a lot on this place. It's so hard to find good photos of this place. It's just crazy. But over here is a black and white photo of it. And you could see openings all over it. You could see right here, you can see the sky through it. Right here in the middle part, there's a hole going through it. Looks like there's a big, huge gash right here of an opening. It just screams structure to me. Sometimes they only show the one side of this thing, because if you get a really good look at the other side of it, you're going to see some crazy stuff.
Yeah, there's a small plateau on the bottom part. Like, you don't even see it on this picture.
Yeah, and there's a piece that comes out down here. We'll see a better shot of that in a minute. So here, this side here. The reverse side to this side here is the side that you really want to look at. This side, not so much, but it is still very telling. I mean, you can see a lot of red in it. It's red all through here. You clearly see the brick patterns.
Oh, yeah.
All through here. I mean, there's no doubting that. And then there's this piece over here. I'm not sure where this piece is sticking up at, but man, this whole thing is melted.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. So I'm just going to scroll down here. Whoops. Let me go too fast. Let me see what I can find here. There's a couple of good pictures here that I want to look at. This is all about their expedition, February 1965. And it goes into the newspaper clippings and everything. It's a pretty good article, February 17th, 1965. And then there's this picture here, which I was like, okay, what are we looking at here? Because, gosh, this just looks so much like a dilapidated, melted building.
It looks so much larger and bigger.
And what is this site again?
This is Ball's Pyramid.
Ball's Pyramid, okay.
Yeah. And over here, this guy's climbing, or girl. It might be a girl. I don't know. They're pretty short shorts. I hope it's a girl. Anyway, whatever. This whole thing that it's melting, climbing on is melted. It's funny. And I think that might be that hole that we were seeing earlier on over here.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ball's Pyramid,
so
close to Lord.
Go ahead.
Go.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I dropped the link in the chat in case you wanted to look at it, Bill. The link is in the chat if you wanted to grab this and open it up later. But I'm sorry, I should. Go ahead.
I don't remember what I wanted to say.
You said it was near Lord Howe's Island.
Oh, yeah, Lord's Howe Island in Australia.
So this is a really good black and white photo for the time, I think. But then again, this is 1965, and we were getting clearer photos in the early 1900s. So,
yeah.
I don't know what happened with technology, but yeah, it's all melted and muffed up. I thought that was cool. Here on where they're getting on here to the island, you can see right-angled melted structures everywhere. And I say that this is part of volcanic activity. So this must have been another volcano that spits out bricks. Just saying. I don't know. It made a whole wall. Okay, so here this is the route that they're going to take, is what they're showing you here, that they're supposed to climb up, go over this thing, hit the peak, go around, and come down. You can see how melted it is. It's just, I mean, to me, it's obvious. Let's look over here. You don't see really a whole lot on this picture. Let's see what else we got. Okay, here, look at this. I don't know. Whatever this is right here that they're looking at looks very structured to me.
What is that thing in the air?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it might be a bird or it could be an angel.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
don't know what that is. Unless it's something that they're using and they have something there, but
Like on a cable or so, like they're sending stuff via cable to us. I don't know.
dude, I don't have no clue what that
Yeah.
is.
Or the seagull.
It's
Or
probably a
they'll-
sea. All right, so here they're scaling what looks to me like a melted brick wall, but to somebody else it could look like something else. It's not the greatest picture. Again, we have better quality photos in the early 1900s than we do in 1965. All right, now what do we got here? Now we're up at the top. All right, so let's check this out. So there's that little plateau I think you were talking about, Shapu. Is this it here sticking out?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. The waves are really choppy against that. I imagine it would be really hard to get on that piece. See, look how grainy it is when I go in on it. This should be crystal clear. So look at this guy. He's all the way up here. I bet they were up there and they'd be like, what the fuck is this brick doing all the way up here? Oh. All right, so you can see the guy there. See, the pictures just aren't that great quality, but I did find this site. I thought it was interesting, and it was after the fact when we originally covered this Shapu. So I wanted to bring it up and share it. So we can close that one out. Show everybody that.
Yeah, it's always good to go back and look at stuff you already did.
That's for sure. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, you usually find
Yes.
new stuff that you didn't last time.
Absolutely. Yes.
Agreed. All right,
It is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, finish your thought. I'm good.
I mean, it's like when you do go back and reflect, it like you see it with a new set of eyes, and I do that with like the short films. Like I'll go back and I won't see something. Oh, I'm getting an echo. Is that me? I'll go back and I'll review the films and like I get a totally new perspective, and it works the same way with research. Like you go like, oh, I did this 6 months ago, but I didn't notice that. It's just it's good to reflect on stuff.
Yeah, I always go back and look at all the German World War I Mandela effects. I re-look at the stuff that I've already put out about that, and I always find new stuff, new pictures that weren't there before. I found new information on the razzle-dazzle camouflage airplanes. And you should see these crazy airplanes that I found. Never saw nothing like it. Never taught.
Airplanes?
Yeah.
The camouflage, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Crazy camouflage. I mean, not just the striping and stuff, just insane stuff. Like, I don't know if they're tripping or what. But, okay, so we're in Syria now. We're going to Salamia. I don't know, Salamia, Syria. And it says that this was first built on top of an extinct volcano in the 1st century BC. Okay, so my question here right off the bat is, how do these people know it's a volcano or that it's even extinct, right? And if this is something that's supposed to be popping off, why would you build something in there not knowing? Because, I mean, unless volcanology was around in the 1st century BC, why would you go build your castle up in there? I'm just saying, that's questionable. That's a hole in the narrative for me.
Yeah, that is kind of questionable decision making.
Okay, so the fortress has been unobstructed view of sorry. So the fortress has an uninterrupted view out over 50 kilometers of open land around it. Now look at this, guys. It was razed multiple times by the Mongols in 1260 and the Tatars. In 1401. So is that the Tartars? The Tatars? I don't know. Tatars?
It's in the right area. I mean, the Tartars were that part of Russia and Asia. That's in the right region. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and even the Mongols. So they are mixing both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So exactly. That's why I thought Tatars, Tartars. Tomato. I don't know, but again, this looks like Herodium. It's that flat top hill looking thing, but oh, guess what? There's a building in there. Of course there is. And this is definitely not an extinct volcano. I think this is just like Herodium. Of course, they use it for tourism now and stuff like that. Here to this one. This is some of the remnants of what's still there. Clearly melted brick. You can see it's popcorned out over here. It got larger, like went block on itself. And then this one here is a top view down of it. So you're telling me that they climbed all the way up here with this thing with their bricks and built this up here, right? I just don't see it happening. That's just me, though. Call me crazy. People do all the time. It's okay. I'm used to it. But the narrative is that it's an extinct volcano. So how do they even know that it's extinct if you're going to go build something up in that? I mean, that just doesn't seem logical to me. I'd be like worried about this thing popping off any minute. All right, let me close that out real quick. Go to this next one. All right, guys. This here is, oh my gosh, Muramam Khaleesi. I can't really pronounce it. It's a fortress, but I love this fortress. Shapu, I think you might even have had this on our Facebook page.
Posted
at one time.
so much places that I
Okay.
need to remember.
So we can see here that the heat's coming up from the bottom. It's chewing up the side of this building. And you could see right here, okay, this is all coming up here. And you could still make out some of the blocks right here because everything went block at this point. And then it melts right into the brick. You could see it right through here, especially over this side where you see the brick layers and it just melts right into it.
Yeah.
Same as over this side. And then also down here. See here, you could still see part of the wall through the melt.
I think
All through here.
I think that was the first thing that got me, like really kind of wrapping my head around it, was the line between mountain and building. You know, I was like, how did they do that? Where did you find the level? How did you, that's what, that was what first grabbed me and really had my mind wrapped around Meltology.
Yeah. So right here is what you're talking about. You can see how it's brick here. It's all melted here. And then it goes back into what looks like is down here, this stuff here, but this is up here now in the building. But you could tell that it's cooked out brick.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Yes.
Over here a little bit, see what we got going on up this side.
All those different colored blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably didn't build with different color, like just random like that. They were so meticulous, with their buildings, and so they have the creativity at the top level. So it was nice patterns and really, I don't know how to say the word.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So I wanted to show that because, and I don't have any other pictures for this one, but I did want to show it to you guys because you could see the meltification. You could see how it was running up here, and it really got bad through this middle section here. And this whole thing was a building. All this junk right here was just like this. It's all melted away in dirt now. Okay. Go to this next tab I have. Okay, all right. So this is, oh my goodness, is this going to work for me? Yeah. I don't know if I'm glitching out or not. Anyway, this is in Horizm. I can't pronounce these words, but this is in and around the Turkey area and Turkmenistan, I think. I don't speak this language, so I can't read it. But anyway, let's look at this. Okay, it's very similar to what we saw at the other site. Okay, it's not the same. But again, here's
Really?
another supposed this is a fortification up here, right? But they're saying this is a dormant volcano. I don't think so. Yeah.
I would confuse them for the same place.
Yeah, I closed out the other tab, but it's not, because the other one had the things coming up off of it. The brick almost looked like arch things coming up. Let me go over here to this one. Okay, that's just a view from it. Looks like there was another one off in the distance here, but there's not really much left to it. Let's go down a little in this site and see what we see. Okay, here's what they're saying it looked like originally. An old depiction of it. Yeah, the whole thing's the building, guys. Again, this even proves even more what we say about Vesuvius, all right? In my eyes, it does. Okay, Shapu, here's one of those ones where they rebuilt part of it for tourism. And I think we might even have shown this when we're talking about the rebuilt stuff, but underneath is where you can see where the damage is. They're trying to restructure this thing for tourism to get people to come in here, but you could see what took place up here on the other part of the building that's not covered.
Yes.
And then we have, hold on. Oop, don't let me go too far down. Okay, so this is a settlement area. The layout of what it looks like here in this area.
Yeah,
Which to me, it's just alluding more.
Yes, it's in Uzbekistan. It's in Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan. That's it. We're still in the Middle East, guys, just letting you know. But this whole thing here, you can tell it has depth to it. This whole thing is the building. What you're seeing here is not some people that came up on top of this thing and just built some houses, and this is what's left of their foundation. You can see down here, there's an opening. This comes down further down here. There's some dip in the landscape here, alluding that it goes down further as well. This whole thing is the building. You're just seeing what's left of the meltification right there. And over here, this is what the site looks like at ground level. Again, they call these ancient sites. They're just muffed up from the X Factor event. Very modern looking, I think.
Yeah.
And then, so here we get into more colorized photos of what we were looking at there. Now, I would say like, oh, they had mud bricks, and it's the mud because the mud did all this. Well, rain came along, and no, these were all brick buildings, guys. This is just the melt is what you're looking at.
If it was the rain, it shouldn't be there anymore, because
Exactly.
the date that they say it is, it's still like the same way it,
Yep.
Doesn't make sense.
Again. Yeah, and when you touch this stuff, it's hard. It's hard. It looks like it's like going to crumble on you, but it's hard. This stuff, almost as hard as like when you touch like a coral rock and stuff.
Yeah.
Again, this is all melted. You can see the layers of brick underneath there.
Yeah.
Nobody carved this. It's not carved. And then there's this piece here sticking out. This is a really good one here. Look, guys, this is a building. Okay. Now, if this was melted down more, they would just say this is some outcropping, some bluff, or some, natural formation. But they can't say that because you can see windows and doors and holes and stuff.
Right. That's an interesting word, bluff.
Yeah.
Yes. They're
Like
bluffing you.
Like joke.
Exactly. And here's another one. Look, on one of these. That's the first picture I showed you up top. It was off in the distance, and you said it looked like the last site we were at. This is a close-up of it. Look at it. It's a whole structure here. This is a building. This whole bottom half is the building as well. Now, granted, this one isn't as high as the other ones, but that's because it's probably melted down more and spread out.
Yeah.
But I got even better pictures to show you.
Yeah, this picture is taken from the other site that you just showed. It's
right. So let me go over to this site here. Okay, so I wanted to show you that last site because this one here is very volcano looking as well. And it's got a building popping popping right out of it, a huge fortification. But it looks like we're on the top of Vesuvius or something here, doesn't it, guys? I mean, that looks very volcano-ish to me. What do you guys think? Let me move this off of here. Sorry.
It's the same look as rhodium, you know.
Yes. And this is massive. This is not a small site, guys. This is huge.
Did you find the pictures from the 40s that they tried to bomb it? They like bombed
I did not.
They couldn't destroy it all, so they just.
I think I was reading something when I was researching it that they had tried to bomb it, but I didn't read it all or nothing. But I'm not surprised that they couldn't get rid of it. This stuff is made to last.
Yeah, because all around that place in Palmyra, they just bombed the shit out of this place. You know, there was structures everywhere, and now it's just rubbles. Only the Baal temple still standing. You know, no wonder why. And now they go around all the places in around the world. This gate, showing this gate everywhere, Baal's gate. You know,
Huh.
what they do.
That's what they do. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got over here on this page.
Like Baal.
Okay, this is the same. Like Baal?
Yeah, Baal, Baal, not Ball. Yeah, Baal.
Right. Baal.
Yes.
Okay, this is the same site we were just looking at. Another angle to it. You can see it's a building. They put some kind of antenna up there, I guess, for reception. You can see windows and doors look like they're closing up on themselves. There's some kind of entranceway still there. It looks like some people are getting ready to walk in this section, or they could be walking further down. I don't know. What's this right here? I don't know. Is it a windbreaker? It might be a windbreaker right there. A windbreaker. You know, Mauna Loa. All right, so I thought there was another picture down here to look at too. I think somebody posted. By the way, I have a picture where these tiles are all melted off of this thing. Yeah, I'll show you that in a little bit. Let me see if these pictures will load here. What is this? I know there was some pictures below one of these that I wanted to show. If it doesn't pop up, it doesn't pop up. I'll just go to the next one. But there you go. Maybe they're coming up now. One of these had a good picture down here. I don't do Twitter, guys, so I'm not signed in or nothing with Twitter. I don't tweet. tweet, motherfucker, tweet. That's what my son used to say.
Is Twitter, can you do pictures with Twitter, or is it just words? It's just words, right? I don't know.
No, these are pictures from Twitter.
Oh, they are? Okay. That shows you how little I know about Twitter.
All right, so Twitter doesn't want to cooperate, so we're going to get rid of Twitter. But that was just another angle of that same place we were just at. We're going to go over to this other site that I have, because the Middle East is just cooked out from head to toe.
Yeah.
The whole thing is just cooked. Yeah. All right, now I can't read this, but I'm thinking we're still around the same location. Let me scroll down here a little bit. Got some goodies down here. Okay, let's check this out real quick. What's going on here? Because it looks to me like the tiles have been melted off of here. Okay, it's really, really faint on this side. Now, I know it's not a great picture, and over here, there's no tile. I mean, okay, they could have took it off. Maybe they're redoing it, but I don't know. There's this weird look. This is really faded over here. Their tile work is usually impeccable. When you start zooming in on these columns, they look like they have a little bit of heat damage in some spots, but I could be wrong. It's not the greatest picture. I'm just saying it looks like the tile. Of course it could have. If bricks can melt, tile can melt.
Yeah.
I think I saw.
Here's another.
An old picture of this place. It was more damaged than this. I think they refurbished some part of it. again.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So here's in and around this same location here, you can see the brickwork all the way down to the ground and even the exposed part here. So we got layers upon layers upon layers of brick going on with this structure, whatever this is. And a lot of people can't comprehend how we could say a whole side of a mountain rock face is made of brick, because it looks like one giant piece. It's already rock curtain over itself, and people can't comprehend how thick it was with brick. These walls were thick with brick. Okay, you could already see here. I mean, this is like what? I'm not here, but this has to be at least 10 feet thick right here. I mean, this isn't a small little spot. Maybe 5 feet thick, but it's probably even thicker as you go in. The rest of it back here is all melted. Huh?
I just see there's a 10 that is in the text below. There's a 10. So maybe
I see it there. Yeah.
NF.
I would love to see. I would have loved to have been there to watch it being built. Their building techniques with how big of a project that would have been to construct a building of that size. Would floor me. Just be like, wow, that's a lot of material.
This looks like a round. Yeah. What do you guys think this looks like? I mean, I know what I think it looks like, but.
Well, some of those other round, rotund things like that. I mean, like similar to like a nuclear cooler or a nuclear tower. The cooling tower kind of thing has that kind of shape, but not. This is not as tall. But what are you thinking?
Yeah, it could be a
Shibu,
giant
what do you
tower.
think?
No, the rounded ones could be like giant towers, like they say.
Oh yeah.
Like
I think it was definitely some type of rounded, like Sophia Haga. How do you ever say that word? Sophia Hagea.
Yeah.
That temple that was built in 500 BC, supposedly, or 500 AD. Excuse me. Somebody will correct me on that, I'm sure. But it's got that roundness to it like that. And then, of course, there had to have been a dome. I'm going to show you brick here in just a minute. I think it was a bricked dome. Probably with ornamentation and maybe even gold on top. I don't know. But this is shrunk down. This is crushed down. We can see down here on the bottom, there's things that have been closed up and crushed up, and it's already melted down away from itself. But when we look up here at the top, you start to see brick. You can see these layers of brick through here at the very top. I can make it out. I don't know if you guys can, but you can see the brick lines here. So I wish I could see this thing from the top down. It's probably perfectly round. I find it interesting that it has this symmetrical, horizontal piece right here that seems to be the same space and runs through here, like as if this was the molding. This part of the molding has not melted off all the way. See it right there? That smoothness, the whole line of it there. And it seems to go on down yonder.
When you said
interesting. This is also
when you said the round thing, Jen, it reminded me of the cenotaph. Did you ever seen what is a cenotaph?
No.
Just give me the screen share for 1 second. I'll show you
Okay. All right, hang on a second. Everything's just a little bit slow on my end. All right, here we go.
You see this?
Yeah. All right, hold on. I'm bringing it up now.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I've seen these. Those are cool. That's really cool.
Yeah, when you say that the rounded top part and all the bricks, that's what it just popped in my head.
Absolutely.
I like this one, these ones. I don't know. They say it was just a project, but I probably was real. Like they have recreated like the universe inside of these.
Yeah. Shapu, I've seen this image before. What does it say this image is called? Do you know the artist or?
Yeah, it's Etienne Louis Boulet.
Okay.
It's the
Louis Boulet.
cenotaph of Newton from 1784, they say.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think maybe I saw it on Gallica, maybe, but
Yeah,
yeah,
probably
yeah.
because the first time I saw it was
Yeah.
on Gallica too.
Okay,
like
cool. Yeah,
there's even this one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it could be something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
And look, that they say that was part of a cenotaph. How melted it is.
What did they say?
No, is the in the ear like a cenotaph of Caius Caesar in
Okay.
Turkey.
Okay.
But I
Boulet.
just wanted to show this round thing that it reminded
Yeah.
me.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I need to re-examine that collection of photographs.
Oh yeah, there's this guy has a lot of crazy architectural buildings. Yeah.
Because I remember it was a collection of depictions. Like there was a number of them.
Yes. Yes. So you can continue on. Oh, Jen's
Yeah.
not.
So what's new, Shapu?
Oh, not much, not much. Been enjoying my summer
Yeah, I
before the
hear.
winter.
I hear you're a painter.
Yes, most of my life I painted houses,
Yeah.
but now I just do
Yeah.
everything from construction to
Yeah.
paint to yard work, anything.
Sure. I had a painting business here in Milwaukee for about 10 years, and I painted a whole lot of houses. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I know what you mean.
Nice.
This is the busy time of year.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
cool.
This and just before Christmas.
Yeah, yeah. I finally had to give it up. I had to kind of retire from the 40 foot tall ladders and all that. I ended up having to have one of my hips replaced.
No.
And the other one might need to be replaced at some point. So I kind of slowed down on the. I could do some smaller stuff, but I don't think I would want to pursue it professionally anymore, just because of the demands on the body.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. It's
Yeah.
like my shoulder and my neck cannot
Yeah, it's a young man's field.
Yes. I agree.
All right, I'm trying to screen share here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
you see this?
popped out. No.
I know, I got kicked out of my own live stream.
It's the picture of the flat Earth with the dome. Oh, there you go. You're up.
Okay, good. All right. I was trying to make it big screen, but that wasn't working. Oh, okay. It did go big screen. Great. Okay, good. Like I said, I'm lagging on my end, guys. I'm sorry. So you can see this.
Yep. There's a
right.
bridge.
So we're still at the same site. We're at a different location on the site, though. Okay, we can see that this thing is all brick,
Mm-hmm.
all the way down. I probably shorted up and added some new stuff for this bridge. Tourism, gotta have tourism. But you can see this whole thing is a structure all the way down here. This whole wall is the building.
Yeah. Massive undertaking to construct something like that.
Yeah. All right.
And it reminded me of Turpan. Did you ever see Turpan in China? It's exactly the same.
Really?
All right. Now I'm going to go over to this site here. Okay. So this says it's on the Silk Road.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe this is in Turpan.
Uh-oh, UNESCO. Whenever I see the word UNESCO, it means something's shady.
Yeah.
So here we're in the Far East, not the Middle East, but still it's East and it's cooked out.
Yeah.
We could see that this structure, whatever it was, of course, they would tell you it's a temple or a tomb, is melted as fuck.
Right.
Okay, so the heat. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry. So in the quote-unquote official narrative, they're saying that this happens just over the course of time. Is that correct? Like the
Yeah, the
buildings-
erosion and stuff. It's either
Yeah.
eroded or it got bombed or whatever.
But
Look at
usually
this.
it's rain, yeah.
So
Here
the
you
brick chimney on our house, if we didn't do anything, it would start to look like this after a while, I guess.
yeah,
It
yeah,
should
that's
be,
what
but it doesn't. So,
Yeah.
Well, I know there's houses in Philly that are over 200 years old, brick homes.
Yeah.
If you go to Old Town Philly and stuff, they're over 200 years old and they look perfectly fine.
Yeah.
The cobblestone streets melted, but
Yeah.
the house is held up pretty good.
Yeah.
But you can see the melt here along the top coming down this whole part right here. And whatever all this is down here is the rest of it melted away into the ground, which became the ground.
yes.
And then again, here you can see, if you look at the ground, I like always start with the ground and work my way up. You can see that this whole ground level was melted away. And whatever this structure was much higher and has come down to ground level now. This might have been some tower on the top of a whole other building, which is now disintegrated, melted away.
Yeah.
Again, here you can see that the wall as well is all muffed up and melted. And everything back there in the background as well. Here's a closer picture of what we were just looking at. On the picture, the first picture, how it was melting down over itself here.
Yeah, some things that most people don't get. It's like it's not actually the actual brick, but more like the crystalline structures in the brick, like the quartz that does all the work. Create the energy, disperse the energy, and but with the sheer weight of this huge building, that could have a big effect, energical effect on things.
Absolutely.
But because of the piezoelectric.
Yeah.
So here we're back in Turkey, Middle East. It's called Ankara. This site here that we're looking at, I used this one for my thumbnail. Clearly, this, just like every other site that we've looked at, is a melted building.
What are they saying it is? A castle?
Let me see here.
I mean, this could be one of those that you show to somebody and they're like, what is this? And like, in the official narrative, it could be.
This is carved.
Oh, they are? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So here you can see windows, doors, walkways. It looks like there's definitely a corridor through here where these holes are that probably connect one long walkway.
Yeah.
It's cooked out. Whatever this building was, now it's just part of the landscape and considered a natural feature that was carved. Let's see if I can go to this next picture here. It'll let me. Oh, there we go. Okay, again, this is the same structure, just another view of it. And clearly, this is the carved structure. This is not a carved structure. This is what they want you to think is a carved structure. This is actually a melted building. Oops, let me see if I can get out of that. How do I get out of this thing? Escape. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I really like this picture because you can just, it's apparent that there's rooms in here. There's corridors. There was windows. The windows above here crushed down on themselves already. And this whole section right here would have crushed down and looked closed up just like down here. Except this was a little pocket of survival through here.
What is it called again, Jen?
Here it is. Ankara, Ankara. And it's in Turkey or Istanbul area.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's go to this next one. Oh, it's got these goofy little 4-second ad things. I don't know what that's all about. Let's go to this picture here. No, I didn't throw these things in here. Just go to the next thing. Hold on a second. It's loading. There we go. Okay, so here's the rest of this structure on the other end of it. That's a building all day long. Look at this, guys. Here it looks like there was a tower over here.
Yeah.
You could see, I mean, for me, it's apparent. I guess somebody who's not used to looking at this stuff, this is a little advanced, but this looks very reminiscent of Ball's Pyramid. This is like a small version of Ball's Pyramid that we were just looking at. Has the same layering of brick layers in it. Same cooked out look to it as Ball's Pyramid. So I just thought that was pretty interesting, that one. And let me see here if this other picture shows anything. Oh, we got an old bridge here and then something up here on this hill. Let me see here. Can't really see much on that picture.
Looks like the rock mountain in Australia that you showed last time.
Oh, yeah, Black Rock?
Yeah, Black Rock.
Yeah, it does. That place is crazy. We got to tackle that thing one day. I did it a long time ago, but we got to do it again. This, whatever this was in the background here, is just completely muffed up and disintegrated looking. All right, so let me get off this site and go over here. Okay, so we have this place here now. I want to say this is kind of in the same area, but I can't say for sure because I don't speak this language. I think it's in Russian or Czech. So, but yeah, look at this, guys. Wow.
Yes. Wow.
I know what it is. I know it's a melted building. I don't know what they're saying it is, but you could see apertures of windows and doors. You could just, it just screams structure to me. What do you think, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of looking at it from a photographic, aspect. Yeah, you start to see lines and angles, definitive angles, and structure. You start to see structure and design.
Yeah.
Yep. What about you, Chapeau? What do you think?
Yeah, exactly the same as Bill. And when I see this, I wonder, what the explanation then they gave us. It's only pop up the ground at this place because around it looks flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can it be only one place if it's how it's supposed to be created by the earth?
Exactly. At some point, the plates pushed together, and they just
Yeah.
pushed up this one small area.
Only one small area.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
No.
So I found this one interesting. Again, this is a melted building for me. I don't think it's a part of a tree or a giant or anything. I found this to be really anomalous here in the front. You could see what looks to me like something here, like that looks like terracing here or steps. Also, you can see the layering here in the front. If I scroll in a little bit more over this way, you can make out the brick layers here. Run all the way through here, come all the way back through here and across. And then it terraces up. It almost looks like there's steps going up here, but I'm not going to say for sure that there's steps. It looks very terraced to me.
Mm-hmm.
And over here on the this end corner looks like it was some type of tower or a tower with a dome on it, maybe.
Conical roof.
Mm-hmm.
And this place must be really, really, really tall, and this huge, man. I'd like to see a person standing somewhere, but it must be so huge.
Yeah, it's crazy looking. And there was this picture here, which I thought this was pretty cool. You can see whatever this was, it was rock curtaining down over itself. So when you have this stuff here, it looks like it's a curtain coming down here. It's coming from up here, flowing down over itself. It almost like a cement covering. And some people think that they do put cement up to cover a lot of things up so you can't see it. But this definitely looks like one way or another, it is rock curtained over itself, covering up whatever's underneath there. But again, you can still see the brick lines.
Yeah. And another thing I don't get is everything here just goes down, everything, like they say, gravity just goes down, but mountains go go up, you know.
I was thinking about that too the other day, Shapu. I mean, not about the mountain part, but how, everything goes down here. We're all stuck,
Except us and the entries and plants, you know.
Now that slide area in the middle, that looks like that. I mean, it looks like that could have happened later. Like you know
Yeah.
how in Martin's presentation he showed that wall in
Uh-huh.
his town that had collapsed.
Yeah.
I mean, this looks like it could have been post, X Factor
Oh, yeah.
after things had cooled and it just gave way.
I agree. This is an arid area. There is some green going on here, but I don't think they get a lot of rain in this area. I can't say for sure. Don't quote me on that. But I'm not saying erosion doesn't take place. I'm not saying that these things don't get cooked out to the point where they're so brittle that if there is any activity in the area, as far as what we call earthquakes and stuff like that, that some of this stuff's going to crumble down for sure. Absolutely. And that does look like what happened here, that there was a later collapse.
Yeah. But imagine that you have like a cigarette that you just put upside down and you let it burn, you know. The ash will only stay up, but as long as you don't touch it, it would stay up. But if you touch it, it would all crumble, you know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Good analogy. I like that.
It's a same kind of process.
I believe this is the opposite side of this other side that we were on, and it just looks like massive columns here. To me, it's reminiscent of some of the how do I want to say this? Curved architecture that we see today in our buildings. You know, where it's curved, or like kind of like that hotel I was showing in Miami.
Yeah.
And here we go. Here's another one. This is really good. Whoop. Oh God, I don't know what I did. Oh, it went big for me. That's what. Let me just escape out of that and just. All right. So, how do I got this? Uh-oh. I don't know how to get out of it. Maybe I got to scroll up here. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it opened in another tab, I think.
Oh, is that what it did? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right. All right. There we go. Yeah, you're right, Shapu. All right, let me get down to this one. Look at this one, guys. This one's really cool. And we got some people here, at least one guy. Yeah, two people here for perspective. Okay, so look at this right here below their feet. Okay, this looks like a melted floor to me or something. I don't know. I'm just saying. You could see the pattern of the brick in it. It almost looks like the streets of Pompeii there. And then right here, I see some bricklets right up under here. Wow, this place is crazy. And look at this over here, guys. Look, just look at that. Look at how massive this is. It's crazy. Wow, these are good pictures. Well, I mean, for zooming in anyway. Again, you can see the layering, even though much of it's disintegrating away.
Yeah. Can you share this one in the chat?
Yes, I'll put it in there right now.
Thank you.
Get that copy over here. Paste. Hopefully that worked out. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. And everything is just lagging behind. All right, let me go back over here. Oh, okay. So we're getting to where I want to go now here with these pictures. Look at this, guys. Look at how this is the other side of all this stuff that we're looking at. Now we were just up here at these things. Now we're down here looking straight on at them. Look at the ground. Look at how cooked out everything is. This place is crazy, but it's really cool. I would love to go explore this. It seems like it's really easy to get to, you know? Here, look. So we're coming around to the other side now of all this. Look at the ground, how cooked out it is. Little remnants of walls. It's just crazy. These buildings look nothing like what they did originally, what we're seeing now. It's just, we can't even really imagine what they must have looked like. The Middle East, the whole plain is cooked out. You can see the same stuff in Utah and in, Colorado, all this stuff. This thing has an interesting indentation right here. Looks like brick lines to me, the brick layers right here. Thought that was kind of strange looking. And then there's this. Look at this one. It's getting so cooked out here that it's starting to create those heat striations where it looks like it's carved. Kind of see the heat striations there. You can see the brick pattern all through here. It is so obvious on this picture, for me anyway. You can see what looks like melted layers of brick up here, all through here, going up in here even. And let's go to the next one. Okay, so here you're looking off to the distance here of this melted building. It's very ominous looking, especially when you know what it is. See it in this state that it's in. But it's a reminder from God. Maybe we need to live a little better. This won't happen again. I don't know, but it looks like there's a big doorway here or some kind of gash or indentation here in this tower looking thing. So I thought that was pretty interesting on that picture. Oh wait, was there something?
They probably called this a castle mountain or something.
Yeah, right. Look at this.
Wow.
Almost looks like a runway up there. I don't know. So geologists call this stuff that's coming off of the melted building, they call this mass wasting. You can look it up, guys. It's called mass wasting erosion. But it's not. It's just a part of the building that's melted away and disintegrated. It could have been also a whole nother building right here that's just completely melted down. It could have been a part sticking off of it. It could be a tree stump too. I don't know. To me, these look like buildings though. Here you can see windows and doors right up in here, all the way up here with the brick layers. You can see right up in this corner here, a square window. You see square windows all through here. If you look carefully, square window, this one's pyramidal looking, square window, other apertures down here. So the building's closing up and pushing down on itself, and these things get closed up, rock curtained over, and you don't really see an opening after that.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another look at the landscape from off in the distance. It's just incredible. So yeah, for me, that mountain was a building. Here's more evidence. I mean, what are we looking at here, guys? What are we looking at here? Looks like melted brick, and I don't know what this thing here is in the center here. This could have been something that crystallized right in the center here. What do you think, Chapu?
It's a giant jawbreaker.
Yeah.
Or it's a dragon's eye?
I
don't know.
What these balls are.
It could be like what we were seeing before with Sodom and Gomorrah, that this could be a type of giant sulfur ball, because look, there's one here next to it that's still encased and crusted all around. See the crustation around it?
Yeah.
And then you see this one here. And I've been looking for these or any sign of these type of balls melted into the structure and stuff, because, I don't think Sodom and Gomorrah was an isolated incident. I really don't, because look at all the other stuff that's melted. These balls here, I found these types of, if you look at Ethiopia, I have a video from Ethiopia that I did. It's on my Odysee channel. And you see these type of round balls embedded in the stuff everywhere. But they're much, much larger than what you see at Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, Bolivia is full of these giant
Bolivia?
balls. Yeah,
Yes.
Bolivia.
Yes, I've seen them there. Look at this. Wow. Melted as fuck. All right, so we're going to go a little bit further here on this site. Okay, look at this, guys. Look at the brick right here. You can still make it out. Right here, look. Perfect rectangles. Perfect rectangle right there. And over here, you can see it again. And then up through here, you can see the brick layers. It looks like there's an exterior molding maybe that's still over some stuff here, but here you can see the brick layers. This looks like a column. It had some kind of thing coming off of it. Could have been statue heads. I don't know. Here over on this side, you can see more windows and doors. Right up here, windows, 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 maybe a doorway here, some kind of closing up doorway right here and right here.
Yeah.
Also down here, you can see more window apertures right here, perfect right angle. One over here as well. This rock curtained over and closed up on themselves. Back over at this site, I'll just go back over here and tighten in a little bit more on these apertures that you see everywhere, openings everywhere you see. Oh, go back down this way. Might be one more. Oh, look at this. Look at this. These look like
There's another
statues.
one.
And it looks like one of those balls are embedded
Yeah.
in this thing. Look at this.
And
I
it
mean-
looks like there was another one, but it fell off.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
just to the right of it, there's a
Right
curved
there. Yes,
area.
I
Yeah.
see it. I see it right here.
Yep.
So two of them about the same distance.
I like the idea of it maybe being the remnants of a statue. You know, maybe that was those balls. They could be those sulfur balls, but maybe they were some material that was part of the statue that was affected by the heat differently. You know?
Exactly. And I say this a lot about the interiors of the buildings. When we go into these caves and we see these stalactites, stalagmites and stuff, and they're connected, to me, they look like melted columns. And, you know, we don't know the kind of tech that was inside these things and how it melts down. We see the brick melting and stuff, but, you know, we don't even know what kind of tech these people had.
Yeah, it makes sense, Bill, because many statues have some kind of balls in it, you know, in their hand or under their feet, or
Yep. Oh, this is supposed to be a crater of some sort. They're camping in.
Crater.
It's like a crater rim that they're in
Wow.
here, but if you look closely on the side here, you can see the brick layers right there. You can see them. Oh, more balls. Look, guys. Oh, my God. I can't believe we're finding this stuff. I haven't gone down into this site far enough to even know this stuff was here. So I'm just as surprised as you guys. There's 3 of them here. That's crazy. Wow. Sure, somebody will have a geological explanation for what they are.
Of course. Yeah.
Of course. All right, let me go over to this next tab. All right, let's see what we got. Okay, was I on this site already? Okay, so yeah, okay, so here I wanted to show you this. This is in and around the same area, guys. I think we might have seen some of this actually in some of the other photos, but I just wanted to bring this out. You can see the brick. It's red brick, and it goes all the way down here. Okay. You can see also over here on the other side where it's cooked out, heading up the slope there. And then you can also see the remnants of a wall, which is what they say is a fortification. Okay. Look at this, guys. Look, it goes all the way down there. This is massive. But wait, there's more. Hold on. Let me see if I can flip this picture. Gotta go to the next one. Okay, yeah. So here's the other side of said fortification. It's melted for sure. You can see that it's melted.
Mm-hmm.
All melted over on itself, just like ice cream. You can see that there was holes for different things sticking out, windows, apertures. goes all the way, all the way, all the way, all the way down. You can't even see how far down it goes because of that thing there, but I got better pictures. Hold on. Look at this. Look at this massive wall. It's all melted. Now, you would think that this is natural part of this thing, but no, they're saying that this was part of the fortification because you can still see the brick. They can't hide it. Yeah, let me get this other picture up. Oh, here's some cooked out brick right here. Boom, baby. Little bricklets.
Bricklets. Bricklets.
Bricklets.
Briquettes.
Briquettes. Okay, so here it is off in the distance. You got some cooked out thing right here. I don't even know what that was. Some kind of building. And then off in the distance, you see this. What they're saying is a massive fortification. Now, see, if it was melted down more, it would just be part of the natural landscape, they would say. Okay, here's another end of it here. It looks like they may have put some new brick in here. This is a tourist site. And you can see all the windows and apertures here that were closing up. Plus, they had other things sticking out. I don't know what these holes are for, some kind of wood or something. But there again is windows and doorways. And, oh, I think I can go to the next picture on this one. Hold on. Yep, another view of this massive wall. Here you can make out the brick really well. I think this one part was a pocket of survival. Look at this pattern here, guys. That's crazy, right? Look at the interior of the wall. Do you see this interior part of the wall? This reminds me of Ball's Pyramid. When they're flying past Ball's Pyramid, you see this, what looks like blocks have been taken out or have fallen out in these square, empty spaces. All right, let me go to the next one. I don't know if I can go to the next one on this one. Is there one more? Nope, I think that's it on that one. Okay, so here, let's look at this one here, if I can get this to come up. Now, what is this, Shapu? Is this a windbreaker? Look, I found a windbreaker in the Middle East. Yeah, that's melted. Look at that, guys. Ground's all muffed up. The whole thing's all muffed up, falling on itself. There's more to that wall. It just goes on and on. Here it's crumbling, but look, you can even still see a rectangle, right angle piece right here where a brick would have been. Now, do you see how if that was melted down more, they could say that it was a natural formation?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean it's they're so badly damaged, they're so big that they are confused with geological features.
Yeah. Let me see if I can flip this off. This has a picture thing on it. No? Okay. All right. Well, I think that's it for that site. And there was more of that one. Oh yeah, here's more of that wall. It's so massive and it keeps going on forever. It's going down all the way over there. And let me see here. A couple of pictures on the inside of it, I think. Look at that, guys. Look at how muffed up it is. It's almost muffed up beyond recognition, but we can recognize it. So they put a historical narrative to it.
Yeah.
Here you can see all the cooked out brick. See that this place was melted. See the extreme heat, especially here. They would call this rip rock or coral underwater.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've rebuilt some of this stuff for tourism. I don't know if they're old or new, that stuff. But look, there's one of those balls. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
These anomalous balls.
Yeah.
they usually slap a UNESCO label on it so you can't go digging around or do any investigation. You would think that they would explain where all these bricks came from. Like they would show you where the kilns were and how massive an operation that would be to produce millions upon millions of bricks.
You would think, but they don't.
You would think they don't.
You can see how it's all melted down away from itself. This side got obliterated. I mean, that's just beyond recognition right there. And check these towers out here, guys. Okay, look at this. How the hell's this thing standing here? What? And look at how thick what brick it is. Do you see the thickness of the brick?
It's not a chimney because it's solid, right? It looks like it's solid through and through, like there's no passageway in the middle, almost.
I think there's.
Oh, it's just a column. Okay.
It's a column, yeah. But I think, and look at the top piece up there. That's really precarious.
Photoshop one.
Yeah, that one looks like it's cut off.
Yeah. It does look cut off there. I thought that one looked weird. So I don't know what's up with this picture, but it's on this site. I'm scrolling through. I'm just saying, look at this.
That reminds me, have you guys ever heard of Fred Dibnah, the steeplejack from Britain in the 70s? He maintained those massive towers that they built, or supposedly built in the 1800s, but sometimes like the city or the town will pay him to come out and destroy these old towers. And so what he does is they were bigger than that one. I mean, they're like 300-foot tall towers of brick, and he comes in and he knocks out a corner of the base, and then he just starts a massive fire inside the shaft, and it burns, and they throw tires on it and wood, and people just bring whatever they can from the town to throw and burn the fire and
make it hotter.
To just keep the fire going, because after a while it heats up the mortar and the bricks, and eventually the fire brings down the tower.
Nice.
Side view of this. This is a windbreaker right here. It's a side view. I don't know what it is. It's melted. That's all I know.
You can see that how flat it is and nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Nothing else. Only this structure is the mountain.
Here's some of these apertures we were showing.
You can see inside there's like some kind of bricks.
And look, what's this? Little bricklets all over the ground.
Brickettes.
Bricklets. A little scroll happy. So what? They're saying this is what it looked like originally? I don't know. It's part of the in here, so I mean they might be saying that.
I like the depictions.
You gotta just say to yourself it's what they think it was, because it probably wasn't like that at all.
Well, I mean, sometimes I like to look at the artwork, and I may even show some later, but it just kind of gives my mind some relief from all of the destruction to kind of ponder what these structures may have looked like in their glory days,
I think they were even glorier than this, They show it like a small portion of it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to come off my screen share, and I was thinking, okay, we've been for 2 hours. Mm-hmm. Do you want to take a quick break?
Sure.
Yeah, but I wanted to show just one picture really fast, Jen.
Oh, yeah, no problem, Shapu. Let me close out a couple of these tabs, and maybe everything will run a little bit more smoothly for me, since I'm pretty much...
Do you play a song, Jen?
Yeah.
Is that what you do? Okay, yeah, I remember now.
Well, we could play my video. It's 15 minutes.
Oh, yes. We should do that, Shapu. But look, you want to show a picture right now, so we'll show that.
Yeah. Just a picture I did this week, maybe yesterday. that you talk about these bricks, you know. But look how it was in the 1860.
Oh wow!
So they've rebuilt it.
Yeah, they rebuilt a lot of places like this. Look, just
Yeah.
it doesn't even like the same.
Yeah.
So they
there's
show
probably,
yeah.
because bricks are reusable, like you can repurpose bricks. If a brick building falls down, you just knock the mortar off and you can use those bricks again.
Yes.
In some cases, not all cases, but
But you can see here,
yeah.
like they have rebuilt all the bottom part of
Yeah.
it.
Yes, they did.
Wow,
Good find.
that's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, I made a post today on Facebook, all my before and after pictures that I did and those that I found. And,
I like it.
should go see it.
Okay, guys. So we're gonna play this video. It's a CIA video, right? Is that what it is?
It's a guy from the CIA that explained how they manipulate the news stories to make people believe what they are doing in other countries.
Okay. So remember, you have to mute out and you have to hit the audio button.
Yeah.
All right, guys. This is a 15-minute video, so we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we're going to play this while we're on a little break.
All right.
All right, Shapu. Let me get you up here. See if this works.
John, you were in Vietnam for the CIA, and as I understand, you were up country. What years were you there?
73 to 75, right after the troop evacuation, and I came out in the evacuation of April of 75.
How long were you with the CIA?
13 years. I was a field case officer, served in Africa and Vietnam, and then eventually on a subcommittee of the National Security Council in Washington.
You were in Angola, were you not?
Well, I ran the Angolan covert action, but I ran it from Washington. These things are global, and as chief of the Angola task force, my office was in Washington.
When did you leave the CIA?
March 1977, I left to testify to the Senate and go public and try to write a book, which I did.
I'll get into that a little later. I'd like to talk to you about how what kind of experiences one has when one leaves the CIA and begins to talk. It must be very, very interesting. Let's talk about the function of the CIA. I think a lot of us have an impression that all the CIA does is gather intelligence. Intelligence is information, of course. Now, one would think that if you obtained information that was based upon fact, and if that is so, what did you do with it?
Well, one of the four principal functions of the CIA is to gather intelligence and ideally forward it to the president, the users of information, the policymakers, as they say. There are other functions, however, some of them more legitimate than others. One is to run secret wars, the covert action that's written and talked about so much, like what's happening in Nicaragua today from Honduras. Another thing is to disseminate propaganda to influence people's minds. And this is a major function of the CIA. And unfortunately, of course, it overlaps into the gathering of information. You have contact with a journalist, you will give him true stories, you'll get information from him, you'll also give him false stories.
Did you buy his confidence with true stories?
You buy his confidence and set him up. We've seen this happen recently with Jack Anderson, for example, who has his intelligence sources, and he has also admitted that he's been set up by them. Every fifth story just simply being false. You also work on their human vulnerabilities to recruit them in a classic sense, to make them your agent so that you can control what they do. So you don't have to set them up sort of, by putting one over on them. So you can say, here, plant this one next Tuesday.
Can you do this with responsible reporters?
Yes, the Church Committee brought it out in 1975, and then Woodward and Bernstein put an article in Rolling Stone a couple of years later. 400 journalists cooperating with the CIA, including some of the biggest names in the business, to consciously introduce the stories into the press.
Well, give me a concrete example of how you use the press this way, how a false story is planted and how you got it published.
Well, for example, in my war, the Angola War that I helped to manage, 1/3 of my staff was propaganda. Ironically, it's called covert action inside the CIA. Outside, that means the violent part. I had propagandists all over the world, principally in London, Kinshasa, and Zambia. We would take stories which we would write and put them in the Zambia Times, and then pull them out and send them to a journalist on our payroll in Europe. But his cover story, you see, would be that he had gotten them from his stringer in Lusaka, who had gotten them from the Zambia Times. We had the complicity of the government of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, if you will, to put these false stories into his newspapers. But after that point, the journalists, Reuters and AFP, the management was not witting of it. Now, our contact man in Europe was. And we pumped just dozens of stories about Cuban atrocities, Cuban rapists. In one case, we had the Cuban rapists caught and tried by the Ovimbundu maidens who had been their victims. And then we ran photographs that made almost every newspaper in the country of the Cubans being executed by the Ovimbundu women who supposedly had been their victims.
These were fake photos?
Oh, absolutely. We didn't know of one single atrocity committed by the Cubans. It was pure, raw, false propaganda to create an illusion of communists, eating babies for breakfast and that sort. Totally false propaganda.
John, was this sort of thing practiced in Vietnam?
Oh, endlessly. A massive propaganda effort in Vietnam in the 50s and in the 60s, including the 1,000 books that were published, several hundred in English, that were also propaganda books, sponsored by the CIA. Give some money to a writer, write this book for us, write anything you want, but on these matters, make sure, you have this line.
Writers in this country,
Sure.
Books sold and distributed in this country?
Sure, yeah. English language books, meaning an American audience as a target, on the subject of Vietnam and the history of Vietnam and the history of Marxism and supporting the domino theory, etc.
Without opening us up to a lawsuit, could you name one of them?
No, I could not. The church committee, when they found this out, demanded that they be given the titles so that the university libraries could at least go and stamp inside Central Intelligence Agency's version of history. And the CIA refused because it's been commissioned to protect its sources and methods, and the sources would be the authors who wrote these false propaganda books, some of whom are now distinguished scholars and journalists.
Well, doesn't the CIA flatly deny? They've admitted that there is some propaganda efforts, but their position is that those are all outside the United States, not in the United States. Isn't that true?
Absolutely. While we were running this Angolan operation and pumping these stories into the world and U.S. press, exactly that time, Bill Colby, the CIA director, was testifying to Congress, assuring them that we were extremely careful to make sure that none of our propaganda spilled back into the United States. And the very days that he was giving this false testimony, we were planting stories in the Washington Post. By that I mean not through Lusaka, but we actually flew a journalist from Paris to Washington to plant a false story. I mentioned it. I give the text of the story in my book.
So you planted a story in the Washington Post by bringing a man from abroad.
Mm-hmm.
You had no difficulty, got right past the editor with it?
Yeah.
Is this common? Is it easy?
It's easier than you would think, yes. Yes. If it's on the line of, for example, if it's on the line of Grenada being radical today, we've had articles in the Washington Post, the Star before it closed, Time magazine, that could only have been written originally by the CIA, Soviet submarine base, terrorist training. Here's a little island where the major source of income is selling spice to the West, Western tourism, and a large United States medical school. Tiny little island, 15 miles by 10 miles across, with 70,000 people, with U.S. medical students in their cutaways and sandals and their noses in books wandering all over the island. And yet, major press organs, Time magazine, running stories about their being so radical.
In Vietnam, John, what was your relationship? What was your role in relation to the press?
Well, mine being the CIA's role, it was multifaceted. There were officers in the embassy, CIA officers, high-ranking officers. Frank Snepp was one, not high-ranking, but he was at in the chief of station's office, who met with the press regularly. It shared information with them, gave them information, and got information from them, and then periodically would put some story into that would be false, but also in other cases very valuable to the journalist. So even hard-nosed journalists who would never willfully cooperate with the CIA would consider it a useful source. At the same time, there are all kinds of people, as journalists and case officers, many other case officers were really quite afraid of the press. We up country, when journalists would come up nosing around, we would hide and let the AID officer talk to them. We were simply afraid they would photograph us and write some article and have some allusion to what we were doing that would be unfortunate to our careers.
They knew who you were. They knew you were CIA.
Everyone always knows who the CIA people are. Let there be no doubt whatsoever. This is one of the biggest farces that the CIA and Congress have put on the American people. We, as Moynihan said, Patrick Moynihan said in testifying against this official Secrets Act recently, he said at the UN, he said they swaggered around like Texas cowboys in 10-gallon hats and high-heeled boots. In Vietnam, we had yellow Datsuns and sequential license plates. So if you had a yellow Datsun and 144 on your license plate, you had to be CIA, and everybody knew it. Up country, we had emerald green Jeeps, and the Army had olive drab, and AID had gray Jeeps. And if you had a green Jeep, you had to be CIA. And any denial of that was only tongue-in-cheek perfunctory. Certainly journalists knew the difference.
What a disillusionment. You're telling us that a spook is not a spook.
Alan Dulles wrote in his book, The Craft of Intelligence, the famous CIA director. In the foreword of his book, he says, an intelligence agent, contrary to popular opinion, has to be known as such. Otherwise, people with secrets won't know where to take them. He set up the policy, the precedent of traveling the world each year and assembling his case officers in hotels and having what you could only describe as a sales conference. Meetings in the hotel rooms, breakfast, lunch, and dinner and drinks together in the hotel rooms. You're talking about not an underworld, you're talking about ranking, privileged members of the police brotherhood of the world. CIA officers are not in danger, terrorists don't hit them. In every country where they can, they establish liaison with the local police. And inside the veils of their secrecy and protection, they're not fearful and they're not playing cover games. They're having lunch with the police chief.
Mm-hmm. John, I'd like to find out what makes a man like John Stockwell tick. One, why were you in the CIA? Two, why did you quit the CIA? And I'd like to find out what has happened since you quit the CIA and began speaking as openly as you've spoken to us.
Well, certainly that's a question as complicated as the dilemma facing the society about the CIA today. I went in, Army Marine captain, conservative background. My father was an engineer in Africa, contracting to build for a Presbyterian mission. And I grew up in the Belgian Congo. About as conservative as you can get, I guess.
In a missionary atmosphere?
On a mission station with an engineering father, but humanist principles, high ideals, false, unrealistic ideals for the world. Education at the University of Texas, my service in the Marine Corps, active duty, all very exciting between wars. I was in a force reconnaissance company, parachuting and locking out of submarines, very glamorous, but between wars, no one getting shot, no moral issues, if you will. And then the CIA recruited me right at the end of the Kennedy era. He had just been shot. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And all of the propaganda that had been put out on the American people against communism, the height of the domino theory, and my own naivete, thinking I was educated when in fact I was not. And I thought going into the CIA that I was doing the best thing I possibly could with my life in the noblest ideals of our society. thinking I was bettering mankind by making the world free for democracy. And it just took me 13 years and 3 secret wars to realize how absolutely false that was, and the Church Committee's revelation simultaneously to the Vietnam and then the Angolan thing. It just took me that long to see the thing from a totally different light. And my basic ideals have certainly never changed in terms of basic humanism, basic sympathy for the people of the world. A service to this country that goes back so far, I don't even have to deal with detractors, I feel, who say I'm a traitor or whatnot. That's silly with the things that I've done with my life. But I think we are drifting from the values that we teach ourselves in school of democracy, of freedoms. I think we're selling out to a very small police organization who is absorbing American principles about as fast as the judicial and legislative processes can absorb them, freedoms of speech and press, and at the same time are continuing policies of killing in every corner of the world, right now in Nicaragua and El Salvador. I think I deplore that morally, but I also think it's extremely dangerous because it could flash so easily into a world confrontation with the Soviet, to the Holocaust, to the nuclear war.
Well, what has happened? What has happened to you since you left the CIA and started speaking like this?
Well, I've been sued by the CIA. I've been threatened by the FBI. I have not been beaten or mauled. I have exercised my right, as I see it, to speak out and lectured at length. They've made it very clear they don't appreciate it. And like I say, I've been warned that dire things could happen to me, but I don't know if these were bluffs or not. Nothing has yet. I've been sued for damages by the CIA, which is a certain irony when you think about it.
Well, that was interesting. You're muted.
Yes, that was interesting.
Yeah, that's a good one, Chapu.
You see all these stories, that they created. It's not even real, most of them.
Absolutely, just like the historical narratives and everything else. It's not real.
Yeah.
Smoke and mirrors.
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. They've positioned themselves with access to broad spectrum communications on all aspects. TV, radio, movies. It's just they've got control of the media.
Mm-hmm. Yep, media magic. So, Chapu, do you have anything else you want to show, or do you want us to jump down to Bill?
Well, Bill can go ahead. I'm not sure if I...
Oh, okay.
Well, if you're ready, or if not, I have maybe one picture, but not one picture, one folder we can look at.
Sure.
While you prepare. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I will wait to load it into the show because I think maybe that did have an effect on slowing stuff down. So it's all kind of ready. Just let me know.
All right. All right, here we go.
Who's sharing now? Is it me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what's this?
Oh, this is a place called Perperikon in Bulgaria. I don't know if you ever heard of this place. But,
no.
You can see that this old mountain is just a melted building. You can see like structures over here and all of this. Like this. It's all melted structure, like columns and the flooring. Like,
and this is in Bulgaria?
Yep.
And that's near Hungary, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Just making sure. Wow, look at that.
Look at this all melted. You cannot even discern what is what now,
Yeah, we see this all over Greece, all just everywhere.
Yeah, these melted steps.
Of course, melted steps.
But my folder is like, there's like 200 pictures of this place. But you can see.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah. This
Wow.
place must have been so huge back then. And I don't think I ever seen a depiction of what it could be.
You know what that reminds me of? You know what they talk about? Go back to that picture. Yeah, it reminds me of the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, the Bimini Road that they found underwater.
Oh, yes.
They say it's beach rock.
Yeah.
Looks a lot like that.
Like this, yeah. Same formations.
Yep. Oh, it just happened to form in perfect blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, more melted steps.
Yeah. This place is so melted, so destroyed. You cannot even see what is what, you know.
Right. We got 50 people watching.
Look at this. You can see the flow where it was all going.
Yeah. Wow, this place must have been huge.
Yeah. So this is only the top, but you can see like around the rest of it back there. Well, there's some there. I have got some pictures of it, and it's still structures everywhere.
Wow. Yep, you can see how it's all melted over itself here in this little pocket of survival.
Look here. I will zoom in, but it's so funny. Someone left us a clue, like they said, you know. What is it doing? This red brick.
This is a brick, and this is what it looks like when it melts.
Yep. But just like the video we showed last time when we did the shout outs. Someone just want to show us what was going on.
Right. Wow.
Look at this.
And the ground is all cooked out. Look at that. You can see how it was flowing down. The melt flows downhill.
And this kind of rock is one of the hardest one, you know. So they cannot have carved. You can see this wall. Now it's just melted away. You know?
Melted out and got all sloppy on itself.
Yep. Right. In here, bottom part. But what is this?
Is that a bricklet?
Hey, there's a bricklet still there. One red. Yeah. And stuff you don't even know what it was, but it was probably a big giant wall. You can see back there.
Imagine what's under all that foliage.
Yes.
Now, see, that looks like a piece that we were looking at earlier in my photos, and I said that one part looked like a tower sticking up.
Yep. Yeah. It would be cooked more. It would look like just like pictures you just showed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here you can see that. Nobody built on top of this. It's all the melted structure. You know?
That's right, and everything underneath of it is a melted structure as well.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. It's an incredible place. Look at this. It's huge. It's huge. Look even here. So melted. You can see the door.
That thing is obliterated.
Yeah. It's just nothing left, you know. They did their job destroying all what's left. But you can still see this these columns out of nowhere.
Yeah, you would want a nice flat surface for your columns to be on, not some wavy, muffed up, janky flooring kind of thing.
Yeah, you can see someone just put a rock there. I don't even know, but you can see that this probably was one of these
Oh, yeah.
columns that
Yep.
just fell down and melted in. Yeah. Again, your Bimini Road.
Guys, I have Shapu and Bill Miller's channel linked in the description box below this live stream. So make sure you guys sub and bell their channels. You won't be disappointed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you,
Jen.
guys.
Close up. Some people just came and just rebuilt some parts of it because this is probably not original. Maybe this part is.
Yeah,
And you-
when they have a lot of tourism in these places, they'll build the steps so they can get up and down different location stuff, but it's not how it
Yeah, and sometimes they just build half wall like this and say, "Oh, this is what they were," but we don't even know for sure. You know,
Wow, look at that.
the steps to nowhere.
Can you
This-
zoom in on those steps?
Oh yes, yes. Which
Wow, look at that. Yeah, they look like melted steps.
Yeah.
goes through a straight wall, but this was probably a grand palace or something.
Interesting how the melt.
Yeah.
Look at this. You guys see the black stuff dripping down? Oh, yeah.
You can see that it's some kind of layer covered.
Yep. And look, over to the right is melted steps, I believe. I saw steps going up.
Here. Yeah, yes.
Yeah. Look at this. Wow.
So this cannot be erosion. You know, this type of stone, much too hard.
You have to get the children young to believe that, you know?
Yes. Yeah, just like the guy in the U.S. that did everything, and his name is Brigham Young. You know, he discovered so much.
Brigham Young. That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brigham Young.
Brigham
Look
Young.
at these melted ass fucking steps. I mean, who's carving melted steps? That's the smoking gun right there, is the melted steps. For anybody who has any doubt, it's just like, come on.
Yeah, I should have worn my shirt tonight too. Again, these melted steps. And this place is so muffed up and it's been hit really hard. And it's so huge.
Wow.
And again, this is the side part. This is the bottom, you know, of the hill. If you go up this hill to go on top, you can still see that it's still melted down there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just go further down. Some nice touch shot from up above. You can see some kind of roads.
Wow. That is really cooked out.
Yeah. This corner of other steps.
Wow. People lived here.
Yeah.
So this extreme heat event, I mean, well, I forget what they use in cremation for people. What is it, like around 3,000 degrees or something? Crematories. I think this is why we don't see bodies everywhere and all this stuff, or find a lot. I mean, we do find giant bones and all this stuff like that, but I think the majority of people were just literally vaporized in this extreme heat event. How could you not be?
And I know someone that works in these kind of places, and when they burn the bodies, they have to grind all the bones after because the bone doesn't burn. Too much carbon and too much in it. It doesn't burn.
Huh.
They have to grind it, all the bones. Nobody knows this because nobody wants to know about, but those who work in those crematorium, they know. And someone told me that they have to do it. Because the
I wonder
bones.
what do the bones look like? You think, are they blackened from being cooked?
I didn't ask her, but probably.
There's a crematory right around here. There's a funeral home. It's right off the highway. And I've gone past it a couple of times and seen these huge billowing things of smoke coming out of this one stack. Yeah. And then I realized it's the cremation part of it, of this building. And I've been wanting to go in there and like interview them and see if they could take me like into the crematory and like see if I mean, I don't know if they would let people do that, but I would love to get a little interview with those people. I have to try. I've never tried.
Yeah.
I think it's because I already showed the material called starlight. Do you remember, Jen? The material that doesn't burn because of its high carbon content and oxygen that release from it.
I remember that, yes.
Yeah. I think the bones are the same material because there's a big high content of carbon and the other stuff. I don't remember what it's called, but I think that's why they don't really burn. They just charn. They just become black, but they don't burn.
Yeah.
Hey, Melanie. I just want to say hi to Melanie Morgan real quick. All right, so I think we're going to bring up Bill's stuff if you're ready, Bill.
Yeah.
That's the picture I wanted to show. Look how big it is. It goes down all around the mountain.
Oh, yeah. Shapu, while you're up, I have something that I wanted you to show too on your end because I don't think I can bring up Facebook. Again, I'm not even going to try. But let me send you these pictures real quick. Shit, where is it? It's down here somewhere. Here it is. This one, and this one, and this one. All right. So I just sent you 4 pictures, and we'll bring them up real quick, and then it's all Bill.
Yep.
All right.
Because that'll go with the last picture you showed there, Shapu. Bill, you were talking to me before about how these are all, they don't seem wavy or they don't get wavy. And I was showing you some pictures where the brick does get wavy.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, we can zoom in on this one, Shapu. Here's obviously a building that's made of brick, and you can see it's gotten wavy.
That's all I can.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you can't zoom in anymore, that's fine. But you can see what I'm saying here. It got wavy and janky as it's, getting heated and everything. And if we can go to the next picture for the comparison, this is another archaeological site that is admitted brick, and it's also wavy here as well.
Yep.
And then we can go to the next one. So here you can see what this part of a building, you could see the column and what looks like a window there, and that's just slumped off to the side. But we can go to the next picture. And then that one there, which is supposed to be a natural land formation, but you can see how it's curved over.
Yeah.
I really like those pictures there.
Yeah, I could have bring the this one.
Great. Yeah. Yep. So there you have it, guys. And that middle one, I think, is Petra. And you see that a lot in Petra. You can see where the brick has curved in different places, or the melt has made that curving.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was it?
Yep,
No
that's
problem. No problem, Jen.
All right, Bill. So which one are we going to go for first? You have 3 things here.
Well, I wanted to move into some color film.
Okay, so
probably I could get rid of the other 2. The one that's on my far left.
Okay, I just clicked that one. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I don't know about the volume or.
Okay. Let me take it back. I think I got the controls here. I figured it out. Okay, so I've been doing filmmaking lately, and when I'm researching old world stuff, I come across a load of evidence, and this is. Let me know if you can hear everything. Is everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay. These are home movies from like the 40s and the 50s, and they're all for people that live in Nebraska. That's my home state. And I just create these little short films, and if the volume's a little low, let me know. Oh, it's a little laggy.
Yeah, pause it right there. Can you pause it?
Yeah.
That's very Herodium looking too. See these hilltop hills and stuff. Sometimes they're flat.
Is that in Mexico?
This is Mexico. Yeah, it's a family vacation. The family is the Arthur Smith family from Lincoln, Nebraska, and they traveled down to Mexico, and they took their color film camera with them, which is really amazing for the time. 1940. But I was really kind of blown away by this film footage.
Again, 1940 color film, guys. This is vacation stuff. This is not stuff on TV. Yet in 1960, they're still showing black and white TV. But yet the JFK assassination, now there's all these films that popped up that are colorized film, but people on, just taking their own footage, having colorized cameras and stuff.
Right. There is a slight difference, like from original color film to colorizing black and white film later. Mm-hmm. And you see that with a lot of the stuff from the 1800s. They've colorized it, but I believe this to be original color film. I could be wrong, but it just has that feel of just original color. It's a little choppy. You know what? You know what I think I'll do is I'll just kind of slide it along because it seems. Is it kind of lagging on your end?
I mean, there's a little chop in it here and there, but
all right.
If you want to lower the volume a little.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. It's good to know what it sounds like on your end. Thank you for that. That's good. I've got the pause button on the ready, but I'm finding the way that they traveled like 100 years ago with style and grace and elegance, let me turn it all the way down. Oops. They knew how to get around. Here we get into some pretty good evidence. Melted Road. Check out these steps. Look how difficult it is for them to get up these steps.
Yeah, it's like for a wider gate.
Look how they're stumbling.
They're not straight.
Yeah. They're look at all that white mortar snot, I guess you would call it. It's just like oozing out between the brick, It's I wish I had more information on where exactly in Mexico this is, but I had to struggle just to find the word Mexico in the description.
I know of this place.
You do? Okay, good.
I cannot say where right now because I don't remember it, but I already searched this place. The bottom part of this place is just crazy. There's melted steps everywhere. Yeah. Really close. If you watch, he's zooming in like on a little, what do you call it? Not like a salamander. It's just this little lizard. Here in a sec, it runs off to the left. Let's see.
It's a little chameleon.
Yeah, right here. There he goes. Yeah. Flat land. looking ancient. Everything looks really old. And this is Mexico. This dome building here on the left has sustained some type of, I don't know, it doesn't look like it was originally. Like, it does look like maybe that's one of those balls there on the top, that we see.
Yeah.
I don't know the materials that it's made out of, but I mean, there could be some metal, but stone and brick at the base. This looks completely melted, and it's really high up, or it's just the way they, do plaster. They're really bad at plaster, but this entire area looks ancient, cooked, and things are just kind of starting to regrow around it, like the grass, and people come in and they just settle around this area and just live a simple life on the land with their families, and they got animals that live close by, but just look how stylish and elegant they were.
They don't look Mexican.
No, they're from Lincoln, Nebraska. This is their their home movies. Like it's what is his name? Arthur Smith family. He brought his family with him, and somebody is documenting it with the color film camera. I kind of like to give a shout out to the Nebraskans from my home state. But I did come across, I mean, there's a lot, each state has a, digital archives, and once you find it, there's access to loads of stuff that's in the public domain. It's, they want it to be preserved and shared, and, I feel like I'm paying tribute and honor to them sharing this, so
it's called Cholula.
Cholula. Okay, good. I don't know. This just doesn't look like erosion to me, Cholula? I'm going to have to look that up. Okay, cool. You can you see my cursor, the red? Or is it not showing?
I don't see it.
Okay, down by the Bill Miller Films in the lower. Okay. Anyway, just to the left of there, I mean, it looks like it's a little blurry, but looks like you can make out some bricks below the rendering or the facade.
Yeah.
There is coming up, there is a place that I was able to identify. Teotihuacan is in here coming up. And I believe that's how I was able to help identify this as Mexico.
This is going to be good seeing Teotihuacan in the 40s, man. My friend of mine went here. They say that these pyramids are made of cooked out lava stones and stuff. Yeah. But they're just cooked out brick. Yeah. I mean, above her head, about 2 inches, I mean, you just see all the brick lines,
Mm-hmm. This is what I was talking about. The bottom part of this place.
Yeah.
Looks like all melted steps. This is
terracing. Yep. Is the volume good now, Jen?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, good. But they just this was their plan to just go see these sites, and they didn't say how they traveled down there, but I had a film. I've been releasing a lot of films this last week. I think this is like the 6th one, similar to these. And when I'm making the films, I'm, creating them, trying to do my artistic thing and creativity and soundtrack. But then there's times where I'm just overwhelmed with the evidence. It's like, oh wow. Because I think it's good. Some of these films reach people that may not be in the community, but I can easily spark up a conversation with them about the film and the vintage nature of it, and then expand the conversation from there. So I think it's a good way to connect and grow the community by presenting really, I call them cool. I mean, I like them. I like watching them, but films that people would enjoy to watch, and then hey, and then just say like, oh, hey, check out that building. What do you think of that? You know, and kind of see where they're at, and how open-minded they are. And I mean, this city, we can't get real close, but I mean, it has that ancient feel to it.
It does. It does have that ancient feel, almost like Roman or something.
Yeah. And what's this smoking tower here? Towards the center of the pic. I don't know. There's just weird. There's just strange anomalies. It's like, are people living here or what? You know.
Yeah, I know there's a big cathedral down there. So
Okay.
I see like
Twin towers in the background. Yeah. Looks like a cooling station right there, center pic in the background.
Yeah.
More smoke. I mean, things, it seems like there's still burning things. Things are, and then you get to the beauty and elegance and style. And then you go back to total destruction, you know?
Yeah.
I like the juxtaposition. Totally cooked out, right? I mean, how else
Yeah.
would you?
And this is good where you can see the flat wall, which is the outer plaster
Yeah.
maybe, or coverings, and then you can see the brick underneath. You can see how it's like kind of like a rock curtain over itself.
Yep.
And there's
Yep.
stuff under there. Yeah.
Yeah, so when I'm making these films or creating them, it's just like, whoa. You know, I haven't made the step of, you know, announcing in the film, hey, melted building or anything, but the idea is that I will run the like 6 films that I've created in the last few weeks and do a live stream and kind of add some narration over the top of that. I hope to do that possibly as early as this weekend. So, yeah. I've just kind of been experimenting with how to do live streams, and I think I've got at least a good starting point, you know, and arches, columns, destruction, and new green grass and growth starting to cover them up, you know. And it's like, who built these things? Oops. Look at these, you know, it's the same set of columns and the brick at the base and the rendering over the top, and in the state of ruins, and you know, from it's pretty clear. So I kind of, you know, I have been trying to, you know, get the music to be, you know, somewhat paired up with the images and the site of the images, and so they kind of have that vintage feel to them, you know.
Did you added the music in?
Yeah.
That's really cool. I like it. I like their music.
I did I took all of this and I downloaded it from the website, and I put it into my editing software, and I made corrections because the colors were off pretty badly, but I made some adjustments to the colors, and there was some rough edges around some of it, so I kind of snipped out the rough edges, and I, you know, put them in a more chronological order, some of the scenes, so I can change the scenes to, you know, kind of create the film. So, and there's an intro and an outro, so it's kind of entry level filmmaking, but I mean, that's what I really enjoy right now, so that's what I'm pursuing. But along the way, there is loads of evidence, you know, and it's sometimes I'm watching two different films when I go back and watch it. There's the film where we're just on a vintage home movie vacation, and then there's the juxtaposition with complete destruction next to beauty and elegance. I guess that was kind of the theme of this one, you know. Everybody is superbly dressed. I don't know how else to describe it. I mean, look at this civilization. And bears seem to keep coming up in my films. I mean, this is like the third bear. Unfortunately, they're in a zoo, but that Yellowstone film that I showed, the people were feeding the bear by hand. you know, walking up to it and feeding the bear in Yellowstone.
Yeah. That bear was sitting on some melted rock.
Yeah, yep. And so I see things different, you know, now that I'm exposed, you know, I'm aware and I study meltology. It's, I'm not sure quite how to describe it. I haven't made mention of it in the films, as I said, because I want to narrate over it in a live stream and kind of at it. But my hope was to have the films kind of be able to stand by themselves as, you know, an art piece. And if somebody wants to pursue it further, they could watch the live stream that I did, where we get into the topics of like meltology and, you know, all that kind of stuff.
I love their little toys. Look at that.
I know. What happened to this world?
Oh, it's so gone. It's gone. It's forgotten. Nobody even.
Look at these this clothes. If we went to this site today, I wonder what it would be like, you know, but for some reason, everybody here seems, I think that's about as low as I can turn it down, but everybody is immaculate. I mean, this world looks just, I want to live in a world like this.
Right.
Yeah, and the little girl looked like she was from The Simpsons. All yellow with a star on it.
Yeah. 1940. And have anybody else looked into the Underground Railroad theory? That the Underground Railroad was actually just a network of small trains like this one? I kind of looked into it, where, you know, there's a guy called Dane Calloway, and he said he's researched it, and you know, the Underground Railroad wasn't underground; it was just a network of small trains. So the historical narrative there, he says, is off with the story of events that took place during the Civil War. That's a little bit off too, if you look into it.
Yeah, maybe underground just meant like not many people knew about it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can push it along. Where's the control thing?
I really like the cars in the 40s. I love the cars in the 30s and the 40s. Yeah.
All right, I'll play it for, it's coming up on Teotihuacan. I guess it ends with Teotihuacan. I can just give you a sense of what it was like in Mexico, you know, 80 years ago. You know, there's people still alive today that, you know, the children, you know, there's probably many of them that are still alive from these films. And then we get the, yeah, I mean, do they know what they're looking at? Or, you know, I mean, there's got to be some sort of inside knowledge here, I would think. Somehow they've been able to...
well, you know, there was that lady a while back, I forget who put him on, it was like a 100-year-old woman who said that she remembered being taught about flat Earth back in like the 40s or whatever. Who knows? They might have been taught some of this ancient history in different locations, but then it was just all swept under the rug and they went with their main historical narratives. I don't know. But you would think there's got to be people out there early on. We're looking at here in the 40s, the orphan train people from the late 1800s. You see what I'm saying? It's that next generation of people that we're looking at. This is like first generation in, second generation in from the reset.
Yeah. If you bring in a load of new orphans, you know, you shape their minds with whatever you want to teach them, and then you've instantly got a new narrative and a new timeline and a new set of civilization rules, you know? Mm-hmm. I love the wide streets. You know, they went to.
Yeah, it looks like Paris.
Yeah.
Or Rome. Any big city.
All right, let me see if I can find. I know it's right up here. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is the. Yeah, I kind of got a little creative at the end. Here we go. Let me know if it's too loud. I just wanted to do this intro.
I like this one. Is the movie supposed to be moving?
It's kind of the cameraman's just doing a little artistic. Yeah.
I got you.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, look at it. There it is.
Massive.
Wow. Whatever that thing is, it's a massive component on that grid system. And it's not a temple or a tomb.
Yeah. And just flat. Looks like pyramids in the background, or that's a lot of structure back there. There's some more structure with growth over the top, you know.
James just showed up.
So that thing's a couple hundred feet up. The cameraman made the trek up to the top, and
Wow.
yeah, I mean, what is that thing? Is that glass on top? Or is that stone?
Hard to say.
Yeah. It looks old. And those just look like they have kind of a pyramidal shape to them off in the distance. What was this place like here?
I've got many pictures of South America that I never put out, and I found many places that nobody knows.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Smoke in the distance. Always something burning in this place. So if you want to watch this film, it's on my YouTube channel, Bill Miller Flip. It's probably, this is the latest one, so it's just click on my homepage later, and yep.
That's the causeway there, all before they cleared it out.
Okay.
So
yeah.
the causeway between the sun and the moon pyramids is all cleared out, and there's no. Like I'm saying, I've never seen it with all this growth on it. Wow, it's so crazy looking.
Yeah, it's already a joy and a pleasure for me to create short films, but then to find such relevant footage and photographs, it's just an added. It just puts it over the top for me. I'm already super happy.
Yeah, dude. This is crazy finding people's footage like this or vacation stuff to these amazing places, and it's just wow.
Yeah, they maybe how do I get out of here now?
Let me go over to this other screen share for you. Pull this one up.
So I've been just kind of getting a little creative with the intros and the outros and the soundtrack and the order of scenes, and sometimes they're kind of choppy, so I'm getting better at making smoother cuts and transitions from scene to scene. That sounded familiar.
I'm trying to get this other one to come up here. Give me one second.
No, it's all right. Okay, yeah, this one. I think this is soon as the
I know that tune. I've used that in my videos.
off Pixabay,
Yes.
it's doing a little buffering. Maybe I could, when I get done with a film, I could remove it from the queue. Maybe, I don't know if that would help, but
Yeah, you can come off that other video.
I'm not even sure. I don't even see any anything that I can. Oh, there we go. Maybe it just needs to load up a little bit. Otherwise, I can go into the photographs. But there's just a few snippets from these little films. We don't have to watch the whole film. I don't have control over the volume from here, I don't think. Oh, there's some. Okay.
See, so that person, well, it looked like they were buried, right? So if that was somebody from the X Factor event, I was thinking those bones would be charred looking. Like, so I don't know if you, I guess the bones come out white if they get cooked. It's something I'll have to look into.
But cooked out in the sun, they come out white. But
right.
Yeah, the intro was just kind of a collage of the film footage from the different films from the historical record, and I just kind of snipped them together to, I'm trying to figure out how to edit stuff. It's challenging, but I think it's just a matter of, let me pause it for a second and see if it can catch up. It's just a matter of getting in there and trying how to do stuff. But this one is like it's kind of like a state promotional film where they take a tour around Nebraska, and in the last live stream I showed some stuff from Nebraska out west, like Chimney Rock and what was the other one? Jail Rock. They show quite a bit of evidence in this one. We may have to bypass this one. This one seems frozen up. Maybe it just needs a minute.
It's okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
An error occurred trying to create the green screen effect. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully it works. All I'm seeing is a black screen right now.
Huh. Well, we see produced by Winger and Mazdum.
Yeah. They are industrial cinematographers who put together films for, different customers and clients. I'm not sure what to do here. It seems frozen.
All right.
I see the Meltology scrolling across the bottom, but I just have a black screen. And when I push play, it doesn't respond. And then if I take the slider and I move it, I was going to try to get into the middle. What if I did?
Maybe if you stop the screen share and come back.
Yeah. Exit full.
Yeah.
Okay. I have an idea. There we go. Try it again now, or let's see. I do record them in in a high resolution, so maybe
there we go.
I could do it in a lower resolution. I do record different versions for different platforms. Like there's one version for YouTube, and then there's a different version for like Facebook, and because I've noticed that when I upload a film, the end result is different.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a study of how to manipulate each transfer. So there's something that's got to go on there, but I
removed it from the screen share, and then I'm going to add it back in. But
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
you should just come out of the screen share all on your own and only bring
Okay.
that one video up with you.
Yeah. Okay, I got an idea. I'm gonna get rid of the other two, the one that I'm done with, and then am I currently sharing? Because I cannot tell. Am I
No, I
sharing?
haven't added
Okay.
it yet.
I
Hold on
get you.
here.
Okay.
Let me go in right now. See how it works.
There is a little, yeah. This is a study right here too. I appreciate your patience, but it helps.
problem.
It helps with further presentations. Like so I know how to present the films because I think it's just really elegant and nice to play it through and watch it. And it's probably just a setting somewhere that I need to make an adjustment to. So.
Well, I still don't see you on screen. I added it in.
I removed two of them. Maybe I accidentally removed the wrong one. I have an idea. I'll start over. Go back to a video file. I know exactly where they're at. For some reason, my green screen just quit working too. So let's see. Let's see. There we go. Let's try this one. I wanted to get your opinion on this one. One, because it shows like ancient Hawaii.
Okay.
But then they also have footage.
Let's see if it's gonna go up.
That's too loud. Where's the volume? There's the volume. Tell me when the volume is good on your end. I don't want it to be too loud and blast you out.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. How big is this person? It's hard to tell.
And where's this video from?
It's just an intro, and I just clipped together a bunch of different places and kind of intermingled them with the footage of the film projector. It's more family vacations from people who live in Nebraska and traveled abroad. Some of that footage was Europe. Some of it was local. I don't have the exact places, but I know a few of them. I could
That's
check
pretty
for
cool.
you.
You made that kind of intro, though. That's cool.
Yeah, trying to figure it out. It's challenging, but it's something that when you love how to do, you want to do something, and you just go for it.
Yeah.
And it seems to have stopped again. I wonder if somebody, or if I did. Maybe I'll just go over to the photos, Jen. My camera is frozen. Okay. My camera is frozen, and the film is frozen.
Difficulties, guys.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm trying to do. Maybe the film is too high of a resolution. Let me get that out of there. But they are. They're short films. 10, 12 minutes. Homepage. They're right there in the front. They're all real new. So they'd be easy to find. How do I get my camera back? Doesn't matter. Okay. Things are falling apart quickly. Falling apart, yeah. Okay.
Probably a sign we should wrap this up soon.
Everything went to shit.
It's all good. So you have pictures you want to bring up?
Yeah. Here, let me know when you see them.
All right, I'm bringing it up now.
All right. To start it off, here's our collection of kitties. We actually had 5 at one point, but the one was off to the side. We had the one on the left, Hawk. He was a Maine Coon, and the 2 in the center are Lucy and Tulip. Hawk's no longer with us. Tulip's no longer with us, and Henry, the giant tabby on the right, he's no longer with us. But I've known Henry since he was inside his mama when she was pregnant, and he was born in a woodpile in Nebraska. And then let's see, I got to go over here to do that. Changes. Okay, and then the one that wasn't pictured is Roger. Roger is my good buddy. He sleeps on a pillow by my head every night. He picked us like 11 years ago. He just showed up at our house as a stray, and he's stayed with us ever since. I mean, he's had a chance to leave, but he likes it here, I think.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then sometimes I like to look at like the fantasy pictures of these places just to get an idea, you know, like
Yes.
I know it's probably not 100% historically accurate, but
But isn't it interesting though in these fantasy drawings and depictions, they always make it, the whole thing is the building.
Yeah,
And it goes on and on and on.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is pretty tall, and then you keep going up, and you keep going up, and you keep going up, and I think they knew how to build really big things way back in the day. And
well, if you stop it right there, go up
Yep.
just a teeny bit right
Sure,
there.
sure,
Imagine
sure.
this bottom part melted down, and the top part's melting, and you only see that middle part with the windows.
Yeah.
That's what we see all over the place.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me back this out a little bit. Zoom out. Another zoom out, maybe, for perspective. This one's I mean, they do depict them as fantasy, but I can see these being somewhat accurate, you know, in scale and height, you know, I mean, and there's just so much of it. I mean,
maybe these fantasy images that people come up with up from their collective, memory, cellular memory and stuff like that from a time long gone that it's still within us somewhere deep in our memories that's, transcend through time.
It's totally on the table for me. I mean, we have really strong imaginations, and sometimes people lose their imagination, but sometimes people develop it and grow their imagination, and I think that's where you get people like in our community and artists and musicians that just go with what they feel, that could be a mountain range,
Exactly, dude. This is what I'm saying right here.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a really good picture right there.
Yeah.
Now imagine the lower half of it pushed out and slid down, and you only see that upper squared off part with the dome up top. They would call that a butte.
Yeah, butte.
A butte or a bluff.
Yeah.
I was looking up buttes in Utah and Colorado and other places, even in Saudi Arabia and stuff.
All right, moving on. Let's see. Okay, back into my home state of Nebraska. Let me back this out a little bit. We touched upon it in our two previous slideshows, and then we got a little bit into it in Martin's. My slideshow fell apart during that one too. I'm not sure why I have so much technical difficulties, but this is Chimney Rock in Nebraska. And if we zoom in, we start to see the perfectly level, brick lines. Just kind of like it used to be a tall tower, but now it has that conical shape. The information about this place is, I think I had read something about it. It said, and I quote, "Prior to exploration and settlement by European immigrants, the Native Americans of the area, mainly the Lakota Sioux, would refer to this formation by a term that meant elk penis. The first non-natives to see the pillar were probably the Astorians of Robert Stewart in their eastward journey from the Pacific Ocean in 1813. Chimney Rock was recorded in many journeys in the Stewart expeditions." And they refer to it as the elk penis, and then they go on, here's what I wanted to read. It was first photographed in the 1890s, and Chimney Rock was taller when it was first seen by settlers, but has since been reduced in height by erosion, lightning, and reportedly by cannon fire from the ground and from aircraft.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
I think the last two are more likely.
Yeah. Let's get rid of that thing. And this is a place called, it's near Ogallala, and it's called Toadstool Geological Park. And another natural wonder is Toadstool National Park. The oddly shaped sandstone slabs perched on clay stems as a result of sediment erosion left by ancient volcanoes in Nebraska, shaped by millions of years of water and wind. They often have hikers feeling as if they've wandered into a moonscape. And so they come up with these crazy narratives, and it's just millions of years, volcanoes, erosion. That just doesn't resonate with me. It doesn't take much to start seeing structure and.
Yeah.
Now.
You, Bill.
Yeah, and this is also in Nebraska. This is a place called Courthouse and Jail Rock in western Nebraska, and there's been speculation and theorizing about golf courses that golf courses cover up lots of evidence, and then you're able to bring in and shape the land with moving equipment and bury stuff, and then you call it a golf course, and nobody can start digging there.
Yeah, this looks like something we showed earlier on one of my sites. I thought, it looks very similar to it.
I thought the one that you showed earlier, I think that might have been Colorado. I could be wrong. It might have been Chimney Rock National Park in Colorado, but then there's across the border is Nebraska, to the east of Colorado. But this is Courthouse and Jail Rock. But I mean,
interesting. Why would they call it that?
Yeah, that kind of suspicious, right?
Yeah, they're implying that there's some kind of a building in the title.
Yeah, in the title, Courthouse and Jailhouse or Jail Rock. It's and then to put a golf course on it is just another way of saying, don't come snooping around here. I think.
You want something to do around this thing? Here, we'll give it to you. Don't go climbing up it or nothing. Just stay over here and hit your balls around.
Yeah. And we've covered the Grand Canyon many times, but I'm like down here at the bottom left. I mean, I see like right angles, and it seems like right in this towards the center on the wall, it looks like there's a completely 90-degree angle, and it almost looks like it was positioned or it was built to go, like as a layer or a level during the construction process. And along this ledge down here is your collection of bricklets that have fallen. And then we have, I believe this is also Colorado, but I mean, it's just a wild photograph. It's,
yeah, that's a good one. Wow, look at that. Crazy on the close-up. Look at that. It looks like some apertures of windows there.
Yeah, I see that. Let me see if I can get over there. Like right in the center along this green line here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It'll probably get kind of blurry if I go in any further. Yeah, I'll back it out. And then I found that if I back it all the way out before I go to the next photo, it's helpful. But wow.
No, can you go to the right-hand side and zoom in?
Sure. Bottom or top?
The middle.
Okay, middle on the very right side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leading up to the top of that thing. It looked like there was some more square stuff over there. Yeah, see, it looks like there's some more old windows there or something.
Yeah, there
like
was a
curtained over itself or something.
A formation there. Let me see.
Yeah. And some arches down there. See the arches, Shabu?
Yeah. There's an arch on the lower right-hand corner.
Yep.
And let's see what we got here.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Little outcrop on the top. Another good photographer from the area during the early 1900s is Ansel Adams. He has some amazing photographs of. He specialized in, the American West and Southwest and Yosemite and Look at the change of color, that perfectly straight line at the bottom, red. And then I speculate that perhaps that area with the lighter color had gotten the facade treatment, that lighter colored plaster type thing, and maybe the bottom hadn't been plastered yet or covered. That's just a theory. And I should have backed out. And perhaps people are like, well, I don't see enough buildings, in your photographs, Bill. I need to see more buildings. So then I got a collection of, let's see where this is. No, that's not right. I forgot where this one is, but I could dig to find this one, but I think this might be, this might be an Ansel Adams photograph. He's an excellent photographer, and his resolution is just incredible. Yeah, Ansel Adams.
That's interesting. It looks like it's on one of those little flat top hill things.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go in. Let's go in a little bit. I found that if I use the slider bars on the sides and on the bottom, it works a little smoother. Anybody see anything in particular? Direct me and I'll go there.
Well, it looks like that wall fell down off the side like there, but it's interesting that, again, it's on one of these looking like a little mini extinct volcano.
Yeah. And look at the gate down here. You've got this little small utility road, and there's a gate and a warning sign and fence. I don't know if it's barbed wire, but they don't want you going in there. And he specialized in American photography, so I mean, I'd have to look, but this is, I believe this is an Ansel Adams photograph, which...
Can you slide it over to the left?
Yep.
Yeah, because there's that other tower down there.
Let me drop it down a little. Let me come down. Where is it?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So I mean, it was like a facility. I mean, it was a complex. It was a collection of structures that looks like there was a wall that connected them at some point, or
got mucked up. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I like that one. Ansel Adams is really good. Let's see, and then I really got into Iran. For some reason.
Iran's got good stuff.
Yeah, because I knew that there was a bit of somebody had presented something that, you kind of posed the question to somebody when you look at this photograph, and it's not this particular photograph, but it was so, people couldn't tell if it was a castle ruins or if it was a geological feature. And, so it's like, well, what is this? And they're like, oh, it's, for sure it's a geological feature. And then you go, no, according to the country of Iran, this is a castle ruins, not this picture in particular, but I remember there was somebody who had presented that.
Look at that. So you can see the way the heat chewed up the wall and it was expanding outward.
Yeah.
But you can still see the brick layers, even though they're slanting sideways there, where it's come out and it's like melting down sideways. Density, not gravity, but that's what's going on there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let me see. This is not the highest resolution, but let's see if it gets a little too blurry when I go too far in. So I'll just kind of scroll around. Yeah, this big blob out here. Who would build? I mean, why would you choose that spot? I mean, I don't start adding bricks to it. I mean, where does the mountain? Was there just a big blob here before they started building? And they said, hey, let's build a castle up next to that. And somebody was like, yeah, that's a good idea. And then
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's build our castle inside an extinct volcano.
Yeah.
But look, you can see the brick lines, even though they've curved over and stuff because they're melting, you could still see those brick layers.
And I mean, you would have to get a lot of people on board for this project, and you'd have to run it by so many people, and at some point, somebody with some power and some resources would say, are you guys crazy? What are you talking about? Look, there's so much debris and sediment that, you know, it looks like this portion is, you know, it's what's fallen off and melted has covered this portion over here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they say they built this for defense, you know,
Yeah.
against something, but that something would have came and destroy you before you built this thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a castle and you want to defend, wouldn't your enemy just go around you?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah,
they don't have
their
to.
castle at all the same time.
Yeah, we don't have to stop here. We can just kind of keep going. You know, we'll
Yeah.
just leave you guys here. But then we get the brick that mingles in with the mountain, and like I mentioned, that was what first got me. It's like, how, why, what the hell are they? What the, you know, like that doesn't make any sense. Let's see if I can get over there. This is Baba Kurabadin Castle. This is a castle in Iran.
And you said that like no problem.
Yeah. I try. I probably butchered it, but
No,
I
you
mean,
did good. I would have been butchering it.
yeah.
You rolled it off your tongue like it was like, you know, Nebraska.
Baba Kurabadin.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. I totally made that up. I'm sure it's wrong, but
I'm gonna make a video tomorrow correcting you.
oh yeah, thank you. Because I need to be completely accurate. You know, don't pick out 1% of the entire presentation and go to town on it if you like. Just forget about the other 99% that was great. You know.
Yeah, I know someone does.
Yeah. But I reach out to them, send them love. That's their issue. We're moving on. We've got good intent. So, but this on the left, I mean, what? I mean, we've got blue rock or blue stone, and we got blobby mortar that turns into gray bricks and then lighter colored bricks, and it's just a whole blob of like, you know, it's like, what the hell happened? You know, it's like so many different things going on here. It's hard to focus on one thing, you know?
Yeah, because the bottom layer, it's extraordinary heat down there, but you could see that the heat was rising and cooking everything, but it didn't melt it as much as the lower portion.
Yeah. How far up do we go? Yeah, all the way up to the top. That's where you get the bricks, but then as you start to work your way down, the quote unquote mountain starts to work its way into the structure. The stones down here. What is the, yeah, weird. I wanted to check this thing out down here. Look at this little pod thing down here. This little
storage pod.
Yeah, like it's
that's where the soldiers stood to shoot their arrows at the oncoming enemies.
Right. Oops. Let's go in. This should work pretty good. Yeah, look at the inside of the wall.
Yep.
Gray to orange. Okay, let's back it out. How we doing on time, Jen?
We're good.
Okay, good. One more out. Let's see, where was I? I did that one. What about this one? This is Fortaleza de Bam in Iran. I don't know what to think of this. It's all the same color, everything, you know.
That's the way it is in Egypt too.
Yeah.
Everything is the same color. Everything.
Did they come in and just coat everything with like a spray painter? I don't know.
Shafu, what do you think?
It's so unusual that everything, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, they built it from the stuff that's in the ground and it's going to be the same color, but just to have everything so uniform in colors, you don't see that a lot, I guess.
Yeah, they tried the new part. They tried to match the old ones.
Yeah, that I'm glad that you showed that, because that starts to add a new layer of the thought process. Is like, what is old?
Yeah.
What is melted, and what have they come in and added since the X Factor event? You know, like, because they're pretty good in that side by side comparison you had. They're really good at blending it in and making it look old, you know, like building on the destroyed stuff. And I don't know, so that's another thing to keep an eye open for. I wanted to go in up here. What is going on?
scrolling on that top
Yeah,
portion.
yeah,
There's really
yeah,
interesting. Everything
yeah.
down the bottom's all cooked out.
Yeah, let's get over there. I mean, some of it's
It looks like a sandcastle.
yeah, yeah. I guess I mean, I've had to become aware of miniature models. Like I know this probably isn't a miniature model, but like in some cases, there's dioramas in the old world, like San Francisco. They had miniature stuff that people confused for actual size, but it was actually dioramas, and people played with film, like and portrayed these miniature models as life size and fooled a lot of people. So I mean, that is one thing to be considerate of. But this looks like life size to me, but some of it looks new, but this at the top with the scaffolding looks destroyed. But I mean, they're so good at adding stuff.
Yeah. Especially when they want to have tourism at these places, they're going to build it back up. For me, it just seems like if these cities were destroyed during the X Factor event, God's judgment, God meant to destroy, the creator meant to destroy these buildings.
Yeah.
It's almost like a slap in the face to build them back up. You know what I mean? Because they're supposed to be a reminder of what happened before, right?
Right.
And we've been given a false his story to overlay on top of it so we don't figure out what really happened. But then they go and then they even try to rebuild them,
And that looks like what they're doing here. Look, I mean, these arches look new, like have this scaffolding up to start a construction project. Mm-hmm. It looks like they're rebuilding the top of it. It'd be interesting to see what it looks like today at Fortaleza de Bam in Iran. Because there's a lot of damage, but then there's a lot of perfection still. But I'm kind of leery of calling it old. I mean, some of this looks like it could have been added after the X Factor event because of the good condition. And they just kind of intermingled it in with the melted buildings. Like down here at the bottom center, I mean, that's where you do get the melt. Let's see if I can get down there. I wanted to just take a quick look at that.
Yeah, they have to do part to look like it was made from sand bricks or what they call it, mud bricks.
Mud bricks, yeah.
But because they have to train the brain of people to think that what it was, but probably not.
Yeah. I mean, wow. I mean, that's very telling. There's a lot going on in this photograph. Yeah.
Let's stop right there. In the background, you can see square little windows.
Yeah.
See them?
Yeah.
Now just imagine when we were looking at those supposed mountains and stuff that had those little tiny square apertures and stuff like that. You can see them even here in this.
Yeah.
Just pointing them out, how they look like they're even closed up on themselves. There's no, why would you just have a square niche there? It's like it should go through to something else.
Yeah. Look at this circular hole above the window on the left. I mean, that looks like there's a crust, like a crust over something that, like a little portion of the crust broke open, and there's like a vaulted area in there.
John Levy was even mentioning before about some of these rock curtains. He don't think that the rock curtain coverings where you can see window apertures, he thinks that you could probably poke some of them right through and see on the inside. It's just a curtain that seems to have come down, a wall, like a rock curtain.
Oh, there it is right below me. Yeah, see if I can. There. Yeah, it looks like there's something inside there. Wow. There's got to be entrances to these things where you can just get inside and walk around. I mean, I theorize, it's total speculation, but I don't think you would have wanted to have been outside during the X Factor event. I could be wrong, but I mean, I think that there may have been a way to escape inside deep. I know that, and I'm totally speculating, but we've seen evidence of canal systems and tunnel systems below the cities and, water down there. I mean, perhaps there was areas that were cooler and didn't get
Yeah.
I'm sure, people did, perish inside there,
Well,
but I think some people did escape,
the Indians, I forget if it's the Pueblos or the which one of them. I'm sure somebody will correct me on it, but
Yeah.
they have a story of being taken underground by the ant people.
Yes.
And then they were brought out later, a long time later, when it was safe to go back out.
Yeah.
They never talk about what they were being sheltered from, but that there was some kind of cataclysm that they needed to be taken down underground for quite some time, like almost a generation, to where the next people that came out had no recollection of their culture as far as like, being taught on the surface and living their lives. They were just like, okay, go back out and do your thing.
Yeah.
And this, when then you see the drawings of alien looking beings, like these pictographs, or what they call them, geoglyphs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which when you look at the Nazca lines, if you take away all the artwork looking stuff, and just look at the lines, I feel like somebody came in later and put in these, like hummingbirds and spiders and all this stuff.
Yeah.
To take away from all the lines, because when you see the lines are completely different than the hummingbird and the monkey and the spider and all this stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like it was like an ancient highway system of some sort, or maybe like airport or something.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. This place is called, located in northwest Iran near Hashtroud. The castle contains depictions of animals and symbols that show what life was like for the royalty in ancient Iran.
But everything below that there, you could see stuff like apertures of, looks like columns and windows and stuff.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Let me go up, let me see what we got up here, and then we'll work our way down carefully. Different color, different shapes of bricks.
You can see the molding got melted off. It looks like in parts there was the molding over it. Like, see where the arch is?
Yeah.
That's got a molding over it.
Yeah. Yeah. That reminds me of Codestone. I don't know that this is Codestone, but there's like a geopolymer that, people think that some statues are chiseled out of a solid piece of marble with hammer and, but there's
fireworks.
All right. Woo-hoo, yeah. All right.
People are just shooting fireworks outside.
I love it.
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at the way it transitions right into it. Like when you just came down like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right here, yeah. I mean, this is where you would have to start, right? I mean, if this was the plan, all right, so we got this blobby mountain. How did they get there? I mean, maybe
it's
where
dangerous work.
Yeah.
Building these brick walls up on these cliffs and sides of mountains.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people would have to think that this is a good idea for this to happen, a lot of skilled people, but at some point somebody would go, hey, that's not a very good idea, but no, they just knocked them out like no problem. Just castles on the side of blobby mountains, no problem. Let's see. I wish I wasn't having so many technical difficulties, but I'm. There we go.
You're doing good.
Yeah. This is Rud Khan Castle, northern Iran.
Wow.
Yeah.
It looks like it's part of the Great Wall of China or something.
Yeah. I mean, I would have, like, if somebody showed me this photograph, I don't know that I would say Iran, but
right.
I mean, I could even see.
Does it go up and around the other side there on the back end?
I hope so.
Off to the right?
Yeah, let's go find out.
It looks like it does. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I would say maybe like Scotland or, something like I don't know,
Yeah.
but I don't know if I would say I ran. But now that I'm more aware of it, this is just a massive, massive project, and I would just love to have been there, kind of a fly on the wall, watching the construction process. And I theorize that it was like, I mean, you had so many individuals that it was kind of like, how on a fire brigade, like if like there was a fire and you had a bucket, and you had a line of people, one to the river and a line of people to the fire, and they just handed the bucket to, they had the bucket brigade, and they
Right.
just handed it to the next person. Just imagine, like, I mean, we're talking thousands of people, just imagine like a fire brigade, a bucket brigade, like just like off the chain in scale, just handing bricks by hand, like all you would need was a whole bunch of people. Just like you have a bucket brigade, you have thousands of people in a line, you got your bricks down at the bottom, or you just start handing them to each other.
So the thing is
yeah.
that nobody takes into consideration where is this mortar coming from and who's stirring the mortar all day long.
Yeah, it's a
Mortar's
process.
like cement. You got to keep stirring that shit. So it's like we talk about brick all day long, but there has to be a massive amount of mortar to go along with all these bricks.
Yeah, it's a delicate process. I mean, timing is of the essence.
Look, those bricks right there are a little wavy. See
yeah,
them?
over here.
Yeah, and right on the upper part too, right above that. Yeah, there.
Oh, you can see my cursor now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, it looks like it kind of goes down, judging by the darkness of these shadows. Maybe there's and this kind of looks like the top of it does curve a little bit. Maybe that was a wall and it fell, but it kind of, you get the feeling there's an open space under there, but I could be wrong. I mean, I could keep going. Oh, I know what it.
Shapu, you have to hit your mute button, Shapu.
Where did that one go? Okay. Why doesn't this one show up? This happened in Martin's. I go through this section where
some of your stuff doesn't want to come up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm clicking. I mean, that one works. But there's one that what is this one?
I see brick.
Yeah, let me back that out. What is this one?
Now look, if you go up just a little bit on that picture.
Uh-huh.
Okay, just up a little.
Yeah.
A little bit more. Keep going. I just saw a spot there. Oh, you're on this picture. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
this is the Grand Canyon, yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to say, though, below this line of bricks here, as you're coming up the wall, the way the right angles are popping out, it reminded me of the Yosemite Gate or the Yellowstone Gate that you showed.
Yeah.
The way the bricks, we were like, why would you build this structure like this with everything popcorning out on you?
Yeah, I remember that.
So let's scroll back up to these windows now. The Grand Canyon was a grand city at one time, guys, and it had windows, doors, corridors, walkways, rooms, all kinds of stuff. And this here is a little pocket of survival that you're looking at from these buildings that melted. And they're going to tell you that the Pueblo Indians or somebody like that came along and built this to store their grains in so nobody would take it or something.
Right.
Or they're cliff dwellers, or that they came up here to bury the bones of their ancestors.
Yeah.
No, you're looking at a pocket of survival of this melted city.
I like
and
it.
There's many, many more pockets of survival. That's why you're not allowed in the Grand Canyon in many locations.
I'm glad we started close in on this one, because I'm going to back it out and give a better perspective of where this is. I mean, why would you go up there? Why would you put all that effort in climbing up the side of the wall of the Grand Canyon to start building? Are you going to live there?
And you're going to live there. There's nowhere to grow food. You got the Colorado River there, okay, but what are you doing? Are you scaling the walls for mountain goats and stuff? What are you doing up there? This is clearly way up in elevation. You got to be at least four stories up, maybe.
Yeah.
and it just goes right into the melt. You could see below the doors what looks like the rest of the brick flooring.
It just came
there.
flooding out of there. It just came oozing, blobbing out, and recrystallized or hardened after being viscous. It hardened in that shape.
Yep, exactly. Kind of like the streets of Pompeii.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Where was that one? Okay, let's try this. Cathedral Rock, Sedona, Arizona. That one picture that won't come up, there was a completely etched out opening. Maybe I can see it in this one, but this is in Sedona, Arizona. And cathedral. I mean, supposedly they called it that because of the spires. I think they're kind of telling us something by the name, like what it was previously.
And they also call a lot of these things monuments.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Why would you call
There's
it a monument?
thick lines going through it there, like in that one brick building. We saw that thick line going through the red brick. There was that white line going through and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's all completely uniform.
Yeah, this line here on the left extends through this line, and then I think it picks up on this line. Like they built it so precisely that even though they were separated, they still had the same level. I don't think that this could happen naturally. I mean, I just can't picture it happening. I mean, it's hard enough to picture millions of years, but to imagine, right angles and perfect lines, perfect symmetry and stuff. It just it has that strong feeling of design and structure. I know it's for some that are new to this. It can be challenging, but just pick one thing. If you're new to it, just pick one thing that you might have a question about, and see if you can find evidence that it's actually not a geological feature, but it's a structure.
Like Petra. If you're new to this, or you want to show somebody some stuff, you want to try to figure this out, go to Petra and ask yourself, who's carving melted steps and who's carving melted janky doorways and windows?
Yeah.
Because that shit, either they're all drunk and carving the same kind of melted looking steps and doorways, or the building was melting down on itself. And I think, like I said, for me, once I figured out what was going on with this whole scene, Petra makes so much more sense now.
Yeah.
The Grand Canyon makes more sense now. All of this stuff makes more sense.
Yeah. I kind of see now it's doing that thing again. I don't know why. See, I'm clicking on it, but the image isn't coming up.
I hear you knocking, but you can't come in.
Right.
Maybe it's higher on your page if you.
Yeah. You know what? You might be right, because that did happen. Like maybe if I back it out.
If you scroll up.
Yep, there it is. You're exactly right. I had to back it out to find it. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you. Because it affects, if I zoom in like on this one, if I zoom on this one and then I click on another slide, that slide is zoomed in this far. So sometimes you lose stuff, because I found that it's best to back out of a photo, back to the original before I move to the next slide. I didn't make any notes for this one, but I believe this
one is just, it's so melted, you can't make anything out at all. Like, it's totally devastated, but you could still see what looks like. Now, look, if these were sedimentary layers, then why are these ones running the way they're running these lines? Because if you go back to your Cathedral Rock or whatever that was, you can see that these are lines. Okay, they're going to try to tell you they're water lines and the water's dropping and dropping, but what created these lines? Okay, shouldn't they be going the other way? Are they confused lines? I'm just saying.
Yeah, like these either fell over. I mean, are they? I mean, I'm not sure what to make of this one.
Yeah, well, it's completely cooked out to oblivion. There's
so,
that, and you got the heat striations and the brick lines themselves. So yeah, it looks like it's something that fell over in the melt.
Yeah, you're right. Now, based on
What do you think, Shapu?
maybe
Can't hear you. You there?
Yes. Sorry, I
you're
was
good.
looking for something.
There we go. Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think that looks like it fell over? I mean, because the lines are facing a different way, so they're going vertical instead of horizontal.
I don't know which picture you were talking about.
That last one. Okay. This is what I wanted to. I'm glad you were able to clarify that and help me out there, Shapu. This is
We'll go back to that picture.
Yep. This is also Cathedral Rock, Sedona, Arizona, and my note was doorway upper right, and I was like, "What is that thing?" So we're gonna go over here to the upper right. Come on, cooperate. That looks like it's cut out, or
It does. And look at the brick underneath of it. I have a magnifying glass on this, and you can clearly see brick under it. A whole ring of brick right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but it's definitely a different color underneath, too.
I mean, here's a 90-degree angle at the top, and here's another 90-degree angle, and then over to the sides is also a sharp edge and flat surfaces.
Yeah.
Maybe there was something there that was removed later. I don't know, or it fell off during the. But that's cut. That's handiwork. That's design.
Bella. All right, you keep going. I got to go feed my cat.
You bet. Let's see. I know you guys have been to this one many times. Wave Rock. I believe this is Australia, I believe.
Is it? Or in Utah, maybe?
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. There is a Wave Rock. Maybe I'm getting Australia and Utah confused, but...
This is what's it called? Fire Valley?
Okay.
Valley of Fire.
Yeah. These lines are very telling, and then you top center towards the back in the background. Oops, that's too far in. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It's another Friday night of Meltology. Hope everybody's doing well. There's some stuff that I'm not even sure what to make of it. I mean, other than there was like some, extreme heat and pressure, like a downward pressure that squished everything down and together, and it's
Yeah, but you can clearly see like a straight line that goes across all over this.
Yeah. How does that happen? How does that happen even? Shapu, I don't know if you when I first came to did a show with Jen a couple weeks ago, I brought a bunch of old black and white photographs. That's how I started my presentation, because that's kind of how I research. Most of my research begins in the old world, and I kind of work my way back from what's available in the historical record, and then I just start finding things that apply to the different theories, and meltology is one of them, and I'm noticing it more and more. This is in
that's that one I was talking about.
And what is the purpose and the need for having an archway? So what you're saying is that you're going to strategically build this arch out in the middle of Yosemite or Yellowstone, and like every once in a while a straggler will come by who's on his way west, right? And like he gets to walk through the arch and continue his walk to California.
But look, let's just zoom in on the average construction through the arch there,
Yeah,
the little
yeah.
house there that you would expect to see. It's
Yeah.
a little lodging right down there, that little
Yeah.
house. And then you have this massive fucking arch that's made out of like huge blocks and stuff that are all popping out on themselves and everything.
This is 1900, so officially the Model T didn't begin production until 1908, I believe. I may be off by a few years, but the mass production of the Model T began after the 1900s. 1905. I think it ran till 1923, from 1908 to 23. But we don't have cars here, or in our timeline, we don't have cars. We have horses and wagons, and if you saddle up enough horses, you can haul a lot of shit. But you're talking about out in the middle of nowhere, and somebody's got to be building these roads. But I mean, that's a lot of resources, a lot of effort that you have to do to build this arch to say hi to people when they're walking by on their way to California, right? It's like I could imagine living here in this house and not seeing anybody for a long time, and then one day a couple of people walk by and be like, "Hey, what's up? Oh,
We built this arch just for you."
Oh, cool. We're on our way to California. See you later.
But I don't think they were hauling much things. They all like created these cold stone or brick right on place where they probably built this, if they did.
Yeah. I show this one a lot,
Just
but I
look
think
how ridiculous it looks, though, guys. These
yeah,
are popping out here.
yeah,
No, it's so janky.
Who's gonna build it like that?
yeah.
You got some drunk masons. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, I did want to do that. I think I did go in far enough, but we get a sense of just how big these blocks are. These guys.
You can see that they're not even all of them, so they're not cold stone, because when you build, you probably make them like all even.
Yeah.
Close to it, but some of them are just smaller and
right.
janky.
So I've been on a few construction sites. I've done construction. I've done siding, and I've been up on roofs and paintings. And when something's new, right? I mean, the area around the edges is worn down. I mean, it's like you've created a space to work, right?
Yeah.
So you level the ground, right? You don't. I mean, this just seems like it's ancient, like it's not new.
No.
Right.
I could be wrong, but like in new construction, you're clearing out the area because you got to get around here, and you got to do, you got to have people all around the side to get the things into place. Yeah. So there's a path around the perimeter, right?
And if it's a deep foundation, you just filled up the sides, and it's supposed to be all clean, like you said.
Yeah. I think when I first came over to Jen's, I said, I want to show you some of these older ones, and oh, damn it. Where did it go? There it is. Come here. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember this picture.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of my favorites. It's, it's not real detailed, close-up stuff, but I just see structure. I see design on a massive scale. It's just enormous. Look how the official narrative of geological features in millions of years is kind of worn off. I mean, maybe
I'm so over that narrative. Yeah. It's not even funny. It's like I'm over millions of light years too.
Yeah.
But in this one, guys, it's supposed to be water, so it should be all smooth,
Yeah. A-frame, straight line ridges. We got 90-degree angles, sharp edges. I mean, it's not a lot of close-up detail with the resolution, but you just start to see things as as a photographer or filmmaker, videographer, you start to see things through that lens, and you start to see things differently. It's like, oh wow, look at that shadow line, structure, etc. So just scanning the surroundings with your eye, with new eyes, with new information is really exciting. It's like, whoa, I had no idea. We live in a place that's both ancient and amazing and sad and what's the term? Like cyclical. Like I don't know. There's this. I get this feeling that there's a cycle to all of this, but and I just get the sense that there's people that know more about that cycle, and they're kind of keeping information from us.
Yeah, well, this is also, we've always known they keep information from us. God only knows what they have under the Vatican and stuff, but now we have a better idea of what that information is. Yeah. Now that we've come upon flat Earth, and now that we realize that all this shit is melted buildings and or other things as well, and the whole giant story and everything. They know exactly where everything was. They probably got all the original layout of the plane and where these buildings, what they were originally. They know what was in them. I wouldn't doubt that they know what's in them. That all the elites own the diamond mines, the gold mines, copper mines, all the, all the. It's just they know they have to.
And we've been over this one a couple of times. It's one of my favorites, the 1899 Yellowstone River. So we know that the Model T didn't come out for another 6 years. If the date on this photograph is correct, at 1899, I'd have to verify that. But the one site that I got this photograph from said this is the caption, and I just copy and pasted it, so I didn't change the title. But to build this road ahead of time, right, before the invention or the getting cars through there, grading this out of the side of a mountain is just a monumental feat.
And putting power lines
lines, yeah. And I brought it up. The whole go west, like getting people across the Rocky Mountains in the 1800s would have been a feat almost too much to. People would have had to have been mountain climbers.
And then you have to ask, how many roads were there? Like, okay, you could see building one that gets you from the East Coast to the West Coast, but you got people coming from all different directions. They're not all just coming from New York. Yeah. You got people from other directions coming in, so there's got to be other roads and ways across, through multiple states.
Right. And then I think you brought it up, a good point during Martin's live stream, is gas stations.
Yeah, and even if these were electric cars, you have to think of electric stations, charging stations and stuff.
Yeah.
But what was, you look into the first gas stations and stuff, and what they say that the first gas stations actually were actually hardware stores.
Yeah.
And like doctors' offices, because they had this type of, I don't know, some type of fuel, or not fuel, but some kind of alcohol of some sort that they could run their cars on.
Yeah,
go there if they had to gas up.
A lot of farmers used to grow their fuel. Like a big part of Prohibition was actually to get the farmers out of the fuel business, because they were able to grow their fuel and convert it into a fuel that ran their farming equipment. And so when Prohibition came in, part of it was actually an attack on American farmers because they wanted them to stop growing their own fuel and start buying it from them. So they made what they were doing illegal, and just for capitalization games.
Yeah.
It's called ethanol.
Yeah. Yep. Do you how are we feeling? Do you want to keep going?
Actually, I think I'm going to wrap it up now.
Yep,
We
okay.
just hit in the 4-hour mark.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, this is a long one.
Yeah,
We did good.
let's wrap it up.
Yeah. All right, guys. We got 37 people here still. Thank you, everybody, for hung out with us the whole time. I appreciate it. We got Hippie Shake in the house, sharing links. Three Fingers is here. I saw Steve Fennerin earlier, Melanie Camaria, and a bunch of other people. I love you guys so much. And we're going to go out with a song.
Cool.
Guys, make sure you sub and Bill Miller's channel and Shapu's channel. Their links are in the description box below. And also see the description box if you're interested in getting a Meltology t-shirt. That information is there as well. And I'm going to find a little song to take us out with here. If I can get my stuff to work.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, thank you, Shapu.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Well, let's do it again.
Yes, for sure.
All right, guys. I love you. We are out
Do
of
they
here.
not find any guidance when they see how many cities that God destroyed? So they are now fallen into ruin, and they walk among their dwellings. So travel through the land and observe how the end was for the criminals. They were not availed at all by their gods when the command of God came. So have they not traveled through the land and seen how the end was for those before them? God destroyed everything over them, and there is something comparable for the disbelievers. So travel through the land and observe how the end was for the criminals. For God has already destroyed what surrounds you of cities, and God has explained the signs so that perhaps they might return from disbelief. For God destroyed Ad and Thamud, and it has become clear to you from their ruined dwellings. And Satan had made their deeds pleasing to them and averted them from the right path, and they were endowed with perception. And God destroyed Korah and Pharaoh and Haman. And Moses had already come to them with clear evidences, and they were arrogant in the land, but they were not outrunners of God's punishment. For how many gardens and springs did they leave behind, and also crops, and noble sites of pyramids and comforts, wherein they were amused. Then do they not find any guidance when they see how many generations God destroyed before them, as they walk among their dwellings? Indeed, there are signs in that for those of intelligence. For Sodom is situated on an established road. Indeed, there is a sign in that for the believers. For you pass by them at dawn and at night. Then will you not use reason? And the companions of the thicket were also wrongdoers. So God took retribution from them, and both ruins are on a clear highway. So how many cities did God destroy while they were committing wrong, so they are now fallen into ruin, and how many abandoned wells and how many lofty palaces? So have they not traveled through the earth and have hearts by which to reason, and ears by which to hear? For it is not the eyes that are blinded, but it is the hearts that are blind, which are within the chests. For you lived among the dwellings of those who wronged themselves, and it had become clear to you how God dealt with them. And God set forth many examples for you. So travel through the land and observe how the end was for those before. Most of them were polytheists. And God did not wrong them, but they wronged themselves. And they were not availed at all by their gods which they invoked other than God when the command of your Lord came. And they did not increase them in anything other than ruin. And thus is the seizure of your Lord when he seizes the cities while they are committing wrong. His seizure is indeed painful and severe. Indeed, there is a sign in that for those who fear the punishment of the hereafter. That